Need help? Give help. The branch's outreach in Rio Grande
We are live at a Monday edition of the Sports Bash. 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. Live video streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN on the YouTube channel. Like and subscribe to the show on YouTube and watch us. To our YouTube watchers and our radio listeners, what's up, everybody? A lot of takeaways from the weekend I want to get into and how it relates to what we saw the weekend before. Because as I was watching those games this weekend, I couldn't help but think one thing. The Eagles' defense let me down, and they're getting off the hook. We'll describe some of the thoughts from this weekend on divisional round weekend, which sets up the championship weekend, and you can listen to those games on 97.3 ESPN. You know, Friday and everything that happened with Bo Bichette, JT Realmuto, we'll get into that throughout the show today. Also, Sixers, tough loss Friday night. We got to talk more about them. Flyers on a 6-game skid. Teams falling apart all of a sudden. We'll try to fit them in as well. National championship game tonight. No buzz on the college football net. It's just the season's too long. This game should have been played like 3 weeks ago. Now, this game is being kind of shoehorned into the reaction from NFL weekend, the coaching firings. Sean McDermott fired today in Buffalo, all the coordinator stuff going on, and then you got this game kind of just flapping in the wind. College football is run by jackasses, and this is what you get. This is what you get. All right, we'll get into that as well. How's everybody doing? Tyrell Dunn is back there producing the video. Josh Henning, of course, as always, inside the studio with me. Josh, I know you're probably excited about the national championship game. I like the game. I'm excited for Indiana, and I think it's cool. This game should have been played 3 weeks ago.
I do agree about that. The fact that they're playing the game on January 19th feels like a fizzle.
Did you know that the college football playoffs are more days than the NFL playoffs?
That's pathetic.
30 days it takes to get through the college football playoffs, 29 days it takes to get through the NFL playoffs, and that's with a week in between the Super Bowl.
Goes back to the whole, if you have too many chefs in the kitchen, what happens?
You're a college football fan, so I don't know if I'm overreacting here.
No, I don't think you're overreacting at
Okay.
all. I want this game 2 weeks ago.
Yeah, I think they should play this game New Year's Day, New Year's Eve. That should be their day. That's the day. Or that right there. Like college
Somewhere
football
around
is
there,
right
yeah.
there, right? It's the 20th.
Frankly, I would have played it the Friday the 2nd. I would have had the Friday the 2nd.
Whatever.
There's nothing else going on that day. You lead right into the final NFL weekend. Here's the college football national championship. Boom.
Now, don't get me going, because I already mapped out a field of 64 that college football could follow.
Field of 64?
Yeah, well, they just want to keep expanding the playoffs. Why not just do a field of 64
That's too much.
and make it fun? Do a selection show and make it the whole month of December. Every Thursday and Friday, you have the first round and second round, and you get these games just like the NCAA March Madness. And we'll just keep on playing games, and it'll be done by exactly what I said.
If you put 64 teams, you're basically taking the regular season and flushing it.
Yeah, just like they did with college basketball. But, all right, we'll get into that a little bit later on the show. If you're watching the show on the YouTube channel, you can message us on the YouTube comments. If you are listening on the radio, you can text 609-403-0973. Here's my takeaways from this weekend. Great games. The Bear-Ram game was so awesome, the way that game ended. So much fun. The game of the weekend that stood out to me, though. Now, Philadelphia, you're watching the game last night thinking the Eagles should be in this game against the Bears. And then the Eagles kind of get a little bit of vindication about the fact of, you looked at me like, ooh, I'm interested to hear what you're going to say here.
I am.
The Rams went on the road and beat the Bears in Chicago, just like the Eagles kind of felt like, hey, if we go to Chicago, we can win on the road. The Rams went into the snow, not an ideal situation for them. They went in there and won that game. They did not cover, by the way. 4.5 was the number. I took the Bears, and yada, yada, yada. The Rams won the game.
So I was fine.
The Rams won the game, and they went on the road to do so. So Philadelphia was not far-fetched to think that they could have gone to Chicago to win that game. However, The Eagles' ineptness is a word, but the Eagles' ineptitude on offense has infiltrated and clouded our judgment of what the Eagles' defensive role was in this loss. The Seattle Seahawks showed you what a great defense does to an inept offense. The 49ers' offense was so inept, they couldn't do bleep against Seattle when they played them 2 weeks ago. They scored 3 points, and then Saturday they scored 6 points. The Eagles' defense is getting let off the hook for their role in the loss because the Eagles' offense is so bad, they're getting all of the headlines and all of the blame for this, and they deserve a ton. But as I said the other day, I was so disappointed by the Eagles' quote-unquote great defense that everybody told me how great their defense was. You watched the great defense played, and they were called the Seattle Seahawks because they took Seattle. The Seattle defense took the 49ers and stuffed them in a locker and said, "Give me your lunch money, you punk." That's what you do when you have a great defense, and you're playing at home. And yes, your offense stinks, but you know what? Your offense went down the field and got you a lead late in that game. The Eagles' defense let them down. We already knew the Eagles' offense stunk. But if it was 19-17 in the fourth quarter and my defense was on the field against that lousy offense, they couldn't do anything the other day. They were so bad against Seattle. And you're thinking, how could the Eagles' defense allow this team to go down and score? We should be talking more about how disappointing the Eagles' defense was in that game, and they let them off the hook. We've let the Eagles' defense off the hook because that's how bad their offense is. So again, we're not minimizing what the Eagles' offensive role was and why they lost because they stink, but that's a season-long problem. In the fourth quarter of a game, in the playoffs, at home, my offense, which stinks, got me a lead, and I couldn't get the job done. You think Seattle was going to let San Francisco go down and score? No possible way. They absolutely dominated them from the first snap of the game this week to the first snap of the game last week. These teams have played 8 quarters in the last 3 weeks, and San Francisco has 9 points against them. They couldn't score a touchdown. And yet, they went right down the field with a 19-17 deficit, and you couldn't even keep them out of the end zone. You couldn't even make them kick a field goal so that you had a chance to kick a field goal down the other end. No, you gave up a touchdown. That's what had me fired up this weekend. Because I said it the Monday after the loss. I said, you know what? We're not really talking enough about the defense, but everybody's so fixated on how bad the offense is, which is legitimately fair. But why they lost that game? We know their offense stinks. How the hell do you give up 20-plus points to that lousy offense? That has me fired up today. That's what has me fired up today, is that offense is a crap burger. I don't understand how the Eagles' defense, which was supposed to be this great defense, allowed that to happen. Am I justified by those comments today?
See, I had a completely different take from the game on Saturday night.
Oh, my God.
Because I went the other direction. To me, I watched the game and I said, see what happens when you run the ball against the 49ers and you actually attack them in the run game, how you could dominate the game. Kenneth Walker had an amazing game. You're telling me that if the Eagles wouldn't have executed a little bit better, they could have done the same thing with Saquon Barkley?
But you're looking at it from their offensive standpoint. We know their offense stinks. Could it have been better? Absolutely. We all know that. That's the point. You're letting the defense off the hook again. Again, with that comment, you're letting the defense off the hook. We know the offense stinks. Could they be more imaginative? Yes. Could they run the ball better? Yes. Could they offer more than 19 points? Probably. But they had the lead in the game at home against that offense, which stinks. The Niners offense, we talked about it last week. whose defense is better, Seattle or Philadelphia? And there was a legitimate debate we were having on who had a better defense. There's not even a question. Their defense would stuff the Eagles' defense in a locker, take their lunch money, and then pull them back out and push them back in. That's how much they dominated the Niners. They would say, I'll let you out of the locker. What are you going to do about it, Eagles defense? And the answer would be nothing. The Niners offense said, Eagles defense, we're losing 19-17 with 8 minutes left. What do we need to do? Oh, we need to go down the field and score a touchdown? Okay. You think they had the same attitude against that defense they saw on Saturday night? No, they did not. So, yeah, could they have run the ball more? Sure. But I already know my offense has unimaginative play calling, lack of execution, and has been a problem from week 1 to week 18. I didn't expect it to be any different. But my defense, I do expect more from. And they let me down.
Listen, I'm not saying you're wrong in your premise, okay? And I'm not dismissing that at all. Because, yes, you had the lead. You should have found a way to win the game.
They gave up a 10-play, 66-yard drive in the game against San Francisco.
They also gave up throughout the game multiple plays where guys were open in the flat, guys were getting open on wheel routes. So I do agree with you. And listen, I've personally said it multiple times, the whole Eagles coaching staff got out-coached by the 49ers in that game. So I am not arguing that point at all. But to me, the reason why I'm not as amped up as you are about the defense is because, to me, there's two issues with the defense that led to that situation as well. Number one being, when your offense keeps having 3-and-outs, your defense is going to get worn down. Now, do you want to blame Fangio, Parker, the whole coaching staff for not properly putting guys in a position to be successful? You could do that, but there's also multiple times when you rewatch the game.
Hold on a second, though. I agree with what you're saying. Here's the problem I have with it. Eagles kicked the field goal to go up 19-17. That was an 8-play, 47-yard drive. The defense is out in the field with a lead. What'd they do? They gave up a 10-play, 66-yard drive. So they were sitting on the sideline, well-rested, well ready to go, and they had a lead.
Right. So then that's what I was saying. The question is, are we saying that the coaching staff to have a position to be successful, will his plays not called well enough, or option C, is the talent on the defense not good enough?
Well, and this is what I'm saying. The time before that, Philadelphia goes down and kicks a field goal. 10-play, 5-minute drive. To cut the lead, they give the Eagles a 16-10 lead in that game. So you're on the bench, the defense, for 5 minutes.
Right.
They give up a touchdown to make it 17-16. To start the fourth quarter, San Francisco gets the ball and scores a touchdown. So you had a lead twice in that game in the fourth quarter and couldn't hold it. It's like the Denver game back in the first part of the season. You had a 2-score lead at home, and you couldn't hold it. This defense was good. It wasn't great, and that's the problem. When you look back, yes, their offense had problems, and that's not being debated. They fired that guy. But I look back at this game, and all weekend I keep thinking, the Niners scored 6 points. They stunk. And they came into your house and scored 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter. 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter.
So then I go back to the original question I asked. Is this a coaching issue or is this a talent issue?
Well, I mean, listen. Obviously, Vic Fangio does a really good job defensively. So I'm not going to sit here and say, you got to fire Fangio. He's the problem. No, that's not the case. But I definitely think we overvalued the Eagles' defense a little bit. Now, listen. Their pass rush was non-existent in the game against San Francisco. And whose fault is that? Is it a one-game thing? Do you just say, hey, they didn't have enough? I mean, you look at Jalen Carter. I don't think he had a really good game. He was the only guy that had a sack. He didn't have a really good season, I should say.
He didn't have a very good season.
He had a solid game, but he didn't have a really good season. Nolan Smith. I think Nolan Smith was a disappointment this year. After what he did last year, and I think he had, 8 sacks last year, he didn't come close to being the player that everybody thought he was.
And this is where you're kind of falling into the conversation that I want to have, which is, and I started having a little bit on Hanging with Hennig this weekend on 97.3 ESPN, which is, I think there needs to be serious upgrades to the defensive talent. I think that there has been an overthinking Howie Roseman has done this multiple times, where there is an emotional connection to these young guys or these players who helped get you to a certain point, and it hurts your ability to be critical of some of these guys. And the reality is, you mentioned Nolan Smith. I'll throw out there also other guys where Reed Blankenship, for example. There are guys that we like. We like these players, right? We like their personalities. We won a championship with them. But the question now is, are they good enough to help you keep winning? And I don't think the answer is yes.
Well, listen, I definitely agree that we overvalue the talent like Jalix Hunt. I don't think he even showed up in the stat sheet in the game on.
Not in the Niners game.
He did not have a tackle, a nothing. I don't think he breathed on
Now,
Purdy.
did he have a good season? Yes, he did. But did he get exposed
But
in that game? Yes.
if he's your best pass rusher,
That's a
he's
problem.
the guy you're counting on, that's not good enough. Now, the question is now, we're looking at the 23rd pick in the draft, and everybody just assumes you got to get offense. The offense stinks. I'm not sure about that. You have to find – we talked about it all offseason. Hey, Myles Garrett's available. The dude broke the record for most sacks in a single season. You could have had that guy on this team. You got to think about getting a Max Crosby or a Hendrickson or something. You can't say, hey, maybe Nolan Smith, or Nolan Smith is what he is. He's a guy with a lot of talent. He's small. He's undersized. He got hurt again this year.
Yep.
I had some Yahoo last year telling me, oh, you didn't believe in Nolan Smith. I said, I didn't. He's just too small for me. Can he get to the quarterback? Yeah, maybe, but how many sacks, how many pressures is Nolan Smith getting you? Now, I watched that game this past weekend, and I said, wow, that's a defense right there. That's a defense that said, so this Seattle team's defense said, San Francisco is undermanned. And from drive one, they said, this team is not coming in here and beating us. It's not happening. The Seahawks take the opening kickoff back for a touchdown. Then they stop the Niners on downs. Then the Niners fumble. I mean, so right from the get-go, you're down 17-0 before you even look at. Now, I get it. The Eagles' offense probably doesn't convert the fumble. So you're playing from behind the rest of the game. However, turnover on downs, interception, turnover on downs, fumble. I mean, their defense just said to the Niners, yo, we're stuffing you in a locker, and you're not getting out. The Eagles' defense could not say that.
And that's why I'm saying this offseason, and you mentioned about the draft pick, you got to be serious about stop just putting, hey, that's a nice piece. No, we need dudes.
Well, you got to start to consider who stays and who goes. Who's a part of this defense that's legit? Like Jalen Carter, okay. We think that he's a legit piece. Obviously, you're not getting rid of him. Jordan Davis, you have to ask yourself the question, what's this defense look like without him? But do I really pay Jordan Davis to be an elite player?
I do.
All right. And I'm not ready to go there yet. We'll talk more about it.
Sure.
The linebacking situation. You paid Zach Bond to be a dude, and he was good. He wasn't great this year. Last year, he was awesome.
And I think the question you have to ask is Jihad Campbell good enough?
Is Jihad Campbell an
Three-down
upgrade
linebacker
over Dean? Because Dean essentially, you said that Dean was significantly better than Campbell, so much so that Campbell couldn't get on the field.
Right.
Now Dean's a free agent. Are you suggesting that you could just let him walk out the door and go right to Campbell? If that's the case, why wasn't Campbell, didn't he have a role in this defense?
Exactly. And I think that's where, to me, it starts with the Dean versus Campbell argument. Because Dean's going to get a lot of offers in free agency. So unless you're going to grab that guy before he hits the open market, you're going to get into a bidding war.
Also, you need a safety. Somebody's got to be a playmaker. If Reed Blankenship's the second guy, probably okay. He was the main guy. And what's Makuba? I don't know. I don't know what Andrew Makuba is. He didn't really show me enough in the short time that he had. He had that interception in the first week of the season, and you're like, oh, wow, look, this guy looks like, and then that's really it. I don't know that he's a playmaker, but you lacked playmaking skills at that safety position that you really had with Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. Whether Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's a knucklehead or not, his team was playing in the divisional round yesterday. He's always around the ball. He's always making plays. Your defense yesterday, all season, you lack a playmaker at that safety position. Okay, the other thing, you got to figure out who's the pass rusher on this team? Where are you getting consistent? Not, hey, this week it's Hunt had a decent game. I say a decent game. And then next week, when Maro Ojomo led your team in sacks this year, and he's a rotational defensive tackle. You know, I think we all fell into this trap that the Eagles' defense was just so good that they were going to carry this team. And you saw a defense carry a team the other day, and that was my takeaway from the weekend. The other games, okay, the Rams went to Chicago, fun game, but point being, you could have gone to Chicago and won a game there. The other game, the Buffalo game, McDermott got fired today. And the Broncos, it's a shame because they lost Knicks, so that side of the bracket stinks now.
By the way, the Bills had 5 turnovers in that game. Let's not forget about that part.
Yeah, and of course the Texans, the Stroud thing, you can't sign him. He was terrible. He was so bad in that game. That's 2 weeks in a row. People thought last week he was on the take. He was worse this week.
The Stroud thing is starting to show you why you cannot overreact to a guy early in their career. Because we all looked at him his first year, right? And we were like, this guy's going to be a stud. This guy's a franchise quarterback. And the league has figured him out. And he has not adjusted.
Let's get a couple quick text messages. McGarry's going to come up here in just a little bit. We've got a fun show today. Jeff Mosher on all the candidates for the Eagles' offensive coordinator job. They don't need a new defensive coordinator. I am not calling for Vic Fangio. I'm highly disappointed, though, that his defense let the Eagles down last weekend. After watching the games this weekend, that was my takeaway because I already knew their offense stunk. So I'm not disappointed that their offense stunk again. They let me down every week. I'm more let down that the defense let me down. Phil and Brigantine. Mike, the Seahawks game made me sick. The Eagles coaches and players should be embarrassed, as that exactly was the way everyone was saying how to beat the banged up and hurt bad 49ers team. You're right. The majority, the Eagles defense definitely did let us down. All show, no go on a pivotal fourth quarter playoff drive. They crapped the bed, Phil and Brigantine. Yeah. By the way, Phil, I don't even think I realized this until I just did the research this morning. They gave up 2 touchdowns in the fourth quarter to that offense. 2 in the fourth quarter of the game. You had a lead twice in the fourth quarter. They entered the fourth quarter with a lead. They got it back. I mean, so as crappy as your offense was, they gave you 2 leads in the fourth quarter. I mean, the offense should be saying, why are you blaming us? We gave them 2 leads. Now, 19 points is insignificant, but this is a playoff game. You got 2 leads at home? Find a way, dude. Get it done. 609-403-0973, Angie and Tuckerton. Mike, I absolutely agree with your point about the defense. I had the Denver and Bears games in the back of my mind and knew those ghosts would come back to bite us. I was hoping it wouldn't come as early as the wild card, but it did. Great point, Angie. The Denver game, you have the lead at home, you give up 2 touchdowns. And the Bear game, you have a lead and you can't get the job done. When you're at home and your offense stinks, you got to help them out, man, if you're the dominant side of the ball. Paul in Millville. Mike, if this weekend showed me anything, and it showed me that Josh Allen is just not good enough when it matters the most. Here's a comparison you can chew on. Allen is the McNabb at the present time. He always gets so close and always comes up small when the moment matters the most. Let me know what you think of my Allen and McNabb comparison. It's not bad. You like that?
I don't. because Josh Allen is 2 things that Donovan McNabb is not. Number 1, he's a superhero. McNabb was a franchise quarterback. They're 2 different tiers, okay?
But I think he's talking about the fact that he has all these talents and he's well regarded as one of the, and then they just constantly let you down.
Yeah, but the difference is that McNabb let you down because of his play. Josh Allen's team lets him down more often than not.
He didn't have a great game.
But he wasn't responsible for all 5 turnovers.
No, but again.
Like C.J. Stroud had, 5 interceptions, 4 interceptions
Stroud
in the game?
was terrible. He was on a planet by himself.
Right, so when you have 5 turnovers and only 2 of them are the responsibility of your quarterback, the other 3 are the rest of the guys, and then your defense choked again and again.
Well, and that has been one of the problems with the Eagles' defense during that time as well. Their defense let them down in a lot of those playoff games, and, everybody they have Brian Dawkins, and they've got, all these guys, and they were Trotter and Douglas, and they just never were the reason why they won the game.
Right. I think that you're giving McNabb a little too much credit. Josh Allen, I think, he's he has turned into a guy that I think nobody expected him to be this good.
Evil Empire's watching on YouTube. How did D'Amico Ryans let Stroud start the second half? I mean, I get it. He's the franchise quarterback out there. However, he was awful. He was so bad that he should have considered taking him out. I can't sign him to a long-term deal. Can't do it.
If I'm Houston, I actually think about trading him.
Yeah. By the way, Allen did throw 2 interceptions, and he had 2 fumbles in the game. I mean, he had a role in their loss.
He did have a role in the loss. I'm not saying he didn't.
To that text message, I like the comparison. Josh says no. Because McNabb was similar to Allen, where he had no help. He had no receivers, no nothing. He was just doing it all by himself, and he was good enough to get him to NFC championship games just by that, just by himself. So you can make an argument that he actually gets further along than Allen did with Todd Pinkson and James Thrash. He did get to a Super Bowl too, McNabb.
He did.
So Allen has not been able to do that. Fun weekend. My takeaway is we should be more angry with the Eagles' defensive effort in that game. Now, would they have gone on the road to beat the Bears like the Rams did? I don't know. Well, ask Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. More Sports Bash. Don't go away. It's 97.3 ESPN.
still think they're the team to beat. I wonder if Atlanta's going to make a big move. You kind of wait to see what they're up to. Same thing, very aggressive GM and Alex Anthopoulos, so they could always make a move. So let's face it, the Dodgers are going to be a team to beat. The Cubs are going to be very good with what they have. But the thing about the Phillies, those guys are proven. They've got the postseason experience. I think with what Dave Dombrowski said about Bryce Harper, just saying, will he return as an elite player? I think that stokes a fire under Harper. It's almost like, okay, I'll show you. Let me put up another MVP caliber season.
Bob Nightingale on the Sports Bash Friday. He thinks the Phillies are still the team to beat in the NL East. We'll dive into that and more right now. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, joins me on a Sports Bash Monday. A lot of stuff happening. And on Friday, Mike, we talked about Bichette goes to the Mets. The Phillies end up bringing back JT Realmuto. And obviously, that was really the big story. You brought it up a little bit, though, and Bob Nightingale joined us on Friday night. He still seems to think the Phillies are the team to beat. So are people, focusing too much on that whole situation and not enough on the big picture?
Yeah, I do, Mike. I think people are overreacting to the Phillies. I think they're overreacting to the loss to the Dodgers. I think they're overreacting to the sort of playoff futility of the last 2 to 3 seasons, and they are forgetting about the 96 wins and the talent the Phillies are returning. So I think, and I don't understand this, it's almost like the fan base would rather see the Phillies broken up and start over again, which I think is crazy. To me, the Phillies are still the team to beat in the National League East as of January 19th.
All right, so right now, let's just say they make the move for Realmuto, and this is their offense. Do you think that they should maybe turn their attention? I did hear John Morosi today on the MLB Network suggest that Framber Valdez could be a guy that the Phillies could look at to replace Ranger Suarez. Do you think if they should look, forget the offense, forget the lineup, it is what it is, and reinvest into more starting pitching? Would that be something that could change people's outlook, or do they say, no, it doesn't matter about the pitching, it's this lineup that keeps letting them down?
Well, it is the pitching that is the strength of this team, and the lineup, has failed in the postseason. Look, their pitching right now, to me, is fine with Sanchez, Luzardo. You're looking for a bounce-back year from Aaron Nola. You're looking for Zach Wheeler to get healthy, and you've got Andrew Painter coming in and Taijuan Walker still hanging around. Framber Valdez is an interesting case. Obviously, he would be a boost to the staff. You'd have less questions because right now, of the pitchers that I named, Sanchez and Luzardo, you feel good about, but there are questions around Nola, Wheeler, and Andrew Painter, injury questions of that nature. So, yeah, if you can add Framber Valdez, sure, you can never have too much starting pitching. I don't see the Phillies, however, getting involved in that Framber Valdez market. To me, the team that's got to bolster their starting pitching is the New York Mets, and I can see the Mets getting active in the Framber Valdez market.
You can make an argument like that the Mets should have gone after Valdez before they went after Bichette.
Absolutely, Mike. I mean, the Mets collapsed last year because their starting pitching went south. I mean, they couldn't have a starter from June 1st on. Their starters barely didn't go 5 innings in a game, and you look at the starting rotation or the starting pitchers that they had and the improvement they've made in the offseason, there's been no improvement. That's another reason why I like the Phillies. I don't know if the Mets are better than they were last year. They've got 3 young pitchers. Okay, there's question marks about them. They're banking on Sean Manaea bouncing back. They're banking on Clay Holmes kind of doing what he did last year. They're banking on Senga coming back. For a team who collapsed because their starting pitching went south, the Mets have done nothing to fix that starting pitching. I admit Framber Valdez is, an attractive guy. You can never have too much pitching. But again, if I'm the Phillies again, Mike, and I understand you've got the $38 million coming off the books at the end of this year with Castellanos and Taijuan Walker's contract up. To me, if I'm the Phillies, I'd be tempted to keep my powder dry and go into next year's free agency with that $38 million when, oh, by the way, there's going to be a new collective bargaining agreement, and the rules are going to be reset. Is there going to be a salary cap? What's the tax going to be if there's no salary cap? So if I'm the Phillies, I might play it safe. And then, hey, if I'm in contention or think I can get a pitcher at the trade deadline, maybe I wait and do it then.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com. The one area, let me, before we move on to Bellinger. He's a left-handed hitter, but he's a better hitter against lefties, significantly better against lefties than he is against righties. Would you kick the tires on Bellinger?
Yeah, I would kick the tires on him. I mean, you bring up the point that worries you. The Phillies are predominantly a left-handed hitting team. If they add another lefty in Bellinger, now you bring up the fact that his split shows he hits lefties better than he hits righties. I would kick the tires on him. But again, I think they've got the guy from Texas in right field. They've got a Brandon Marsh, Otto Kemp, maybe platoon in left field, and they're going to give Crawford a chance to play center field. And I think to sustain success, you've got to give the young players a chance. So I'd kick the tires on Bellinger. Am I, going to go all out to sign him the way I, did with Bo Bichette? Absolutely not. Bellinger, to me, Mike, he's kind of a hot or cold guy. He's either great or he seems to stink, basically. So
yeah, he's a tough one. He does play center. You could play him in center and then move Crawford to left and then maybe have a Marsh platoon. But I don't know. Here's the big thing. They signed Garcia. I don't know. Did you tell Garcia, hey, you're an everyday player. Now you're going back down the road that you did with Kepler where he's unhappy because he's not playing every single day. You got Marsh and Garcia playing right field together. I mean, I'd be okay with that platoon system out there. But, I mean, at that mark, maybe Garcia's like, well, that's not what you told me. Who knows? But Bellinger could play center field. And, he's a guy who hits 25 to 30 homers and can hit behind Harper in the lineup. It would give you a legitimate piece that you've been lacking is someone to hit behind Harper in this lineup.
Yeah, I understand that, and those are some great points. But just, Cody Bellinger, if they sign Cody Bellinger, I don't say to myself, buy your World Series tickets now. I just wonder how much better he makes the Philadelphia Phillies. And again, I'd be inclined to maybe just keep my powder dry,
right.
Know I got $38 million coming off the books, and see what's available next year, and give Crawford a chance to play center field because his skill set, speed, is more built for a center fielder than a corner outfielder.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City, pressofac.com, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I watched the games this weekend. My takeaway was I'm disappointed in the Philadelphia defense that they allowed the Niners to score not once but twice in the fourth quarter. The Eagles' offense, as bad as it was, gave you a lead that you had twice in the fourth quarter. After watching what Seattle's defense did to that Niners team, that's my takeaway from the NFL playoff weekend. What's yours?
Yeah, interesting, right? The Eagles, the 49ers, I thought were in an impossible spot on Saturday night in Seattle. From this perspective, Mike, they played in Philadelphia on Sunday. The game ended about 8 o'clock at night, East Coast time. And then they had a play on the opposite side of the country, opposite coast, in Seattle. You can't go any further in the continental United States of America than Philadelphia to Seattle. So I thought the 49ers were just in an impossible situation. So I am not going to sit here and say, which I see a lot of people on social media and some of the media saying, oh, my God, look at what Seattle did to the 49ers. How can the Eagles lose to that 49er team? What if the Eagles had gone out there? They would have been blown out by Seattle. Maybe we have to fix things more as they are. To me, the problem with the Eagles was not the defense. I understand they gave up the points to the 49ers in the fourth quarter. The problem with the Eagles all season long was the offense. The inability to score 28 points in the game, reared its ugly head. So I'm not going to, be shaken by what transpired this weekend. I just think the 49ers were in an impossible situation. And I think the problems with the Eagles offense, just reared their ugly head. And again, I'm going to say the offense needs to be fixed more than all of a sudden turn the microscope or the spotlight on the Eagles' defense.
Listen, I agree, and I think the Eagles, we know their offense, they need some more creativity, X, Y, Z, but that was a season-long thing. You went into these playoffs saying, hey, that defense is pretty good. I think they got let off the hook by the fact that their offense was so inept. Seattle just said, look, we're stuffing you in a locker, and we're not letting you out. Your offense is so limited, and you're not coming to our home field, and you're not even going to get your team a chance. They put him in the locker from the first series of that game and said, no shot. That's the defense that Philadelphia should have had. They could have won that. Like, in other words, you win that game 19-6 or 19-13, and then you would see what happens the next week. But for them to go down the field in the fourth quarter and score 2 touchdowns on the road with that offense, I'm disappointed by that defensive effort after watching the game this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the two things can be true, right? You can be disappointed in the Eagles' effort and think the Eagles should have played better defensively, especially in that fourth quarter. And you can say to yourself that the Eagles' defense, as good as it is no match for Seattle's defense. Because look what Seattle's defense has done all season, including they just destroyed the 49ers in the last week of the regular season, and then they destroyed them in the playoffs also. So, you know, you can say two things here. You can say the Eagles' defense was the superior unit and had a, you know, I think we would all agree that the Eagles' defense had a pretty good season. You can say they should have played better in the playoffs. But, Mike, I don't know if it's fair to say to the defense, you know, if you give up, you know, in the low 20s in a playoff game, we can't win the game. So, to me, you have to score to win these playoff games, and you have to make plays. And the Eagles' offense had plenty of opportunities to make plays in the second half of the 49er game, where if the offense had made plays in the third quarter and not had that string of 3 and outs, then the defense wouldn't have been under the microscope or in such a pressure-packed situation in the fourth quarter.
All right, last one. There's 8 names that have either been confirmed, completed interviews, or will. Josh Grizzard, Tampa Bay offensive coordinator. Jim Bob Cooter, the Colts offensive coordinator. Mike Kafka, the interim Giants head coach. Zach Robinson, the Falcons play caller. Brian Daboll, former Giants head coach. Bobby Slowick, who is the Dolphins pass game coordinator, former Texans play caller. Mike McDaniel, former Dolphins head coach. And Charlie Weiss Jr. Which guy is the name that pops off the page?
Well, 2 names pop off the page for me. Brian Daboll and Mike McDaniel pop off the page for me because, Mike, I want the Eagles to do what the Phillies did. The Phillies recognized that Rob Thompson needed some help. Maybe they needed another voice in the dugout. They went out and got another major league manager in Don Mattingly. I think the Phillies should bring in another former NFL coach to run the offense, and I think Daboll and McDaniel are those candidates. I think you need somebody with gravitas. I think you need, in a way, somebody who can kind of stand up to Nick Sirianni and say, hey, we're going to run my offense, not your offense. And I just think, Mike, it would be remarkable if the Eagles hired Brian Daboll, a failed New York Giants head coach, to rescue their offense.
All right, Mike McGarry for the Press of Atlantic City. By the way, poll question we're going to reveal on the other side. I'll let you vote real quick. Who would you rather see play right field, Adolis Garcia or Nick Castellanos?
Adolis Garcia. I think we've all seen enough of Nick Castellanos out there in right field. Hands down, Garcia. And I think he's got the possibility of a bounce-back year out there, and he can't be worse defensively than Nick Castellanos.
Well, that's for sure. All right, we'll see the poll results when we come back. Mike, appreciate it, man.
All right, Mike, we'll see you down the road. Take care.
All right, Mike's back, of course, on Wednesday. We'll get more on what's happening around the town. That's the poll question. Vote at Mike Gill Show. Adolis Garcia or Nick Castellanos. At this point, you just bring the whole band back. We'll reveal the numbers that might shock you coming up next.
So everybody knows they have $200 million to play with if they want to, minus a Real Munoz deal. Does a Cody Bellinger fit into that plans? Possible. He's a very good outfielder, terrific first baseman. He and Harper could split, time there, and Harper could even go back to the outfield sort of thing. So I wouldn't be surprised at all to see them go get some type of another player, whoever it is. Worst comes to worst, so hold off and get somebody to trade deadline, whoever they need. I mean, they've never been shy about spending money and being aggressive.
Bob Nightingale from the USA Today was on Friday's Sports Bash. He talked about, maybe they're interested in Bellinger, but right now, if they don't get Bellinger, their outfield is Adolis Garcia in right field. Would you rather see Adolis Garcia or Nick Castellanos in right field? You can vote at Mike Gill Show. Let me give you the numbers real quick. You might be a little surprised by this. Garcia last year, 227 batting average. Castellanos, 250. Garcia, 271 on base. Castellanos, 294. Slugging percentage, Garcia, 394. Castellanos, 400. So Castellanos slashed across the board better than Garcia. Garcia, 19 homers. Castellanos, 17 homers. Garcia, 75 RBI. Castellanos, 72 RBI. Garcia had 135 strikeouts. Castellanos, 133. And Castellanos had 40 more at-bats than Garcia did. They were essentially the same player, with Castellanos slightly better offensively. Now, a gap defensively. Garcia is significantly better defensively than Castellanos is. So if they're the same offensive player, you take the better defensive player, right?
That's what I would do. I would say, hey, give me the better defensive guy because I'm getting the same production.
Same production on offense. Right now, at Mike Gill Show, you can vote Garcia, Castellanos. Who do you think the listeners are voting for?
I mean, I know who I voted for. I think it's an easy question. It's an easy answer. I go Garcia.
You go Garcia. 67% went with Adolis Garcia so far. You can vote throughout the show. We'll update the poll question at Mike Gill Show. Who would you rather see play right field this season for the Phillies, Garcia or Castellanos? Now, remember, Castellanos is still on the team. But the anticipation is if they cannot trade him, they will release him. And Garcia will be the right fielder. But if they got Cody Bellinger, how would that shake things up? We'll talk more about that coming up a little bit later on in the show. When we come back, it's an early edition of the Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw, the Nuggets, next. Hanging out on a Monday, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm your host, Mike Gill. So we got a lot going on. Observations from a playoff weekend that the Eagles were not a part of. I'm more angry with the Eagles defense after watching the playoffs this weekend, specifically the Niner game. That's the game. Seattle stuffed San Francisco's offense into a locker and kicked the crap out of them. Meanwhile, Phillies defense let the Niners go down and score not one but two touchdowns in the fourth quarter at home. The Eagles' offense was so inept that the defense is getting no blame. Not from me. Not from me. I'm calling them out. Where do the Phillies turn their attention to? And by the way, congratulations to Tyrese Maxey. He has officially been named a starter for the All-Star game. 38 games this season. Maxey averaging 30 points, almost 7 assists, 4.5 rebounds, almost 2 steals and a block per game. Sixers tonight against the Pacers on 97.3 ESPN. Let's bring in today's edition of Nick's Nuggets. Nick Earnshaw has the Nuggets here, an early edition of the Nugs, another early edition of the Nuggets here on the Sports Bash. What's going on, Nick?
Yeah, busy day. Busy day to say the least. We moved up to 3 o'clock today. We had a great weekend. Power Hour was a lot of fun on Saturday. Had so much fun with that. And listen, we're going to have a fun nugget here because we'll get to the Maxey nugget in just a second. Just a second, we'll get to the Maxey nugget. But first, we'll start with Framber Valdez. Did you see this report? Framber for real. Framber for real. All right, John Morosi on MLB Network today threw the Phillies name into this current free agent. Take a listen to what Morosi had to say.
The teams that we know that are still interested in arms, the Orioles, the Mets are both possible landing spots for Framber. And I would also say this. We have not heard a ton about the team that Ranger Suarez left as being a possible landing spot for Framber Valdez. But when you look at the Phillies depth chart for pitching, there's a spot there where you could certainly see a veteran sliding in. So I would say let's not close off the possibility of Framber to the Phillies quite yet either.
So I want your reaction to this, Mike, because this one's a little weird to me. First of all, you could have just re-signed Ranger Suarez if you wanted to go out and get another arm, in my opinion. You could have went and just re-signed him, in my estimation. Also, I don't know if a pitcher is really going to help this team right now. I think I think there's an issue with the pitching staff. It's not going to be as strong as it stands right now. But I would say go out and get another bat, not another pitcher. This team needs another bat in the heart of that lineup. That is what there needs to be.
All right, so we're on disagreements on this one here. If you could get Framber Valdez, I take him over Ranger Suarez. So if you're telling me you could have just brought back Ranger Suarez, the difference between Framber Valdez and Ranger Suarez is one big thing: durability. Framber Valdez is a durable guy who has pitched in World Series. He's pitched in big games. And by the way, he shut you down in the World Series and in big games. But he pitches 200 innings a season. He's been a durable guy for the Astros throughout his time there that you're going to give him the ball every fifth day. He had, over 200 innings a couple of years ago, 192, 198. I mean, this is a guy that pitches all the time. The problem with Ranger, why you couldn't make the investment in him, is he doesn't give you the durability that these guys get. So you can't pay him to be a top-of-the-rotation pitcher like he got paid by Boston when he's not really available to you all the time. If you got Framber Valdez, you're getting a guy who makes 30-plus starts. He pitches in he's been Cy Young top 10, 1, 2, 3 times, top 12, 4. So been in the MVP conversation a couple of times. I mean, Framber Valdez he's a stud. Now, if you want to change your attention to we lost out on Bichette, our offense is what it is, how do we shut these teams down? We improve our pitching even more. You can make an argument that, hey, look, the Phillies went kind of toe-to-toe with the Dodgers. They didn't have Wheeler. They didn't have that top-of-the-rotation guy. What if Framber Valdez is out there pitching in a game with Sanchez and Wheeler and Framber Valdez? I mean, now all of a sudden, you're pretty damn good.
That's great. The pitching staff was fine against the Dodgers. That wasn't the issue. The issue was the bats. That's my problem here. They didn't get the bat. So you're just gonna go get another pitcher? I think the pitching, if it's healthy, if Wheeler comes back, now there's a lot of ifs involved here. Wheeler comes back, right? He's Wheeler. You have Christopher Sanchez have another good year. You have Jesus Luzardo have another good year. Andrew Painter is what you thought he'd be. Your rotation's fine. You don't necessarily need to go out and get a Framber Valdez. You don't have to. So if that's what they're banking on heading into this season already, because they were going to turn their attention to a bat, then why go get Framber? I think they could use that money elsewhere. Maybe save that money for the deadline and go get a bat at the deadline.
Listen, I agree with the fact that their bats have let them down. The bat wasn't out there. They just did not have, other than Bichette. And if you brought in Bellinger, that would that would definitely improve your offense.
Right.
But you lost a game 2-1. Yeah, you could say your offense let you down. You lost a game 4-3. You lost a game 5-3. And in the 4-3 game and the 5-3 game, this is where I think the Phillies are saying, look, we lost a 2-1 game, a 4-3 game, and a 5-3 game. If our bullpen was better in the 4-3 game and the 5-3 game, or our starting pitcher got us a little deeper into those games, the one game they took Nola out in the second inning, the one game that Suarez pitched, he only went 5 innings. They turned the ball over to David Robertson. So now they think their bullpen's better, but what if Suarez, instead of 5 innings, went 6 innings? You know what I'm saying? So if their starting pitching's a little better, maybe they win the game 3-2.
Yeah, but the Phillies are always at the top of the list in baseball, especially in today's game, right? With how many innings a pitcher goes. Like their pitching staff has gone deeper in the ball games than most teams for the most part in Major League Baseball. So, would I be mad if they got Framber Valdez? Absolutely not. He's a nice piece. Could fit him into the rotation. He'd elevate you. Sure, it's another great arm. You can never have too much pitching. I'm not saying that. You could have brought back Ranger. Ranger's been here. He's been that guy. He's pitched well in the postseason for you in the past. You could have just brought him back if you were going to use that money there. However, I want them to use the money
I'm getting a better pitcher.
That's fine. That's not what I'm saying. You're missing the point. Here's what I'm saying. I'm saying you could have just brought back Ranger. Ranger's been a part of this organization. You developed him. You kept him here. If you were essentially just running it back anyway, you could have just said, "Hey, we're going to bring back Ranger." You're elevating a little bit, but not. But you're bringing in
what you're saying. I'm not agreeing with you. I'm saying I let Ranger walk. I brought in a better pitcher than Ranger. I elevated my rotation. I'm better now.
But the thing was, your rotation's already fine. That's what I'm saying. That's my point.
I don't agree with that. I don't agree with that. My rotation is fine. No, I don't agree with that at all. You said it on Saturday. You're taking for granted that Wheeler's going to come back and be Wheeler. I said I do. You're the one that questioned that. That's one.
I am.
I got Christopher Sanchez. Okay, then your rotation's not fine. You have Christopher Sanchez. You have Jesus Luzardo. You've got Painter, who you have no idea what he's going to be.
I laid that all out on Saturday.
Walker.
I am saying from the Phillies' perspective, they seem to think they're fine. They let Ranger walk. They think Painter's going to be the guy. They think Wheeler's going to be okay. That's from the Phillies' perspective. That's what I'm trying to say here. From the Phillies' perspective, why not just keep Ranger then? Why not just keep him? Ranger's still a very good piece. He pitched well in the postseason for you. Why not use that money on a bat? Use it on your offense. Your offense was the problem. The pitching was fine during this run against the Dodgers. The pitching was okay. I think there's questions heading into this year. Do you need to go get a Framber Valdez? I'd prefer them to get a bat if they want to contend.
I agree, but my point is you've now pivoted to this point where this is where you are. There's still a few options. I didn't get the guy that I wanted in Bichette. I did not want to pay Ranger top of the rotation money. I agree with him on that. Ranger Suarez, 5 years, $130 million. I don't know that that's a good appropriation of my money for a guy that doesn't pitch the whole season. He's out half the year all the time. And by the way, in the playoff game, he pitched 5 innings in that game. That's not a great ROI. Can my guy give me 6? Can he get me 7? Ranger did not do that in the playoff game. I love Ranger. I would love to have him back. But 5 years, 130. Now I'm saying you got to be one of my top of the rotation guys. You can't just pitch, 15 games because your back hurts. Sorry, I can't do that.
But this is my thing, though. You're going to still pay Framber a lot, and he's 32 years of age, right? Like, I would rather them use that money in another place or save it. Just save it at this point and save it for the deadline. Have some room to bring a bat in.
And I think
get creative. That's what I'm asking.
I think that's a possibility that they end up just. This, by the way, was more speculation than it was reporting. It was, hey,
more so.
His name is out there.
Yep.
But listen, maybe they reappropriate. Look, they should have a bank of $155 million left over here. They offered $200 million to Bichette. He said no. They ended up paying $45 million to JT. There's a $155 million gap there that they should still have some money left over for. If you said to Framber Valdez, hey, we'll give you that money there, I have no problem because Wheeler will not be ready when the season starts. I'm not trusting Taijuan Walker. I don't know what Andrew Painter is. Now, I think Painter is going to be very good. You don't. So how can you question them saying, hey, let's go get even more pitching and add that? Look at the Dodgers last year. Why did they beat you? Because they went from pitcher to pitcher to pitcher to pitcher to pitcher to pitcher to pitcher. They just kept coming with arms in the playoffs that you could not compete with.
And then you didn't score any runs either. That's been the problem for years and years.
Well, why didn't you score any runs? Because every pitcher they brought in was an ace.
They haven't scored runs in 3 years. That's been the problem.
But
they haven't scored in 3 years.
Listen, you're making my point. They went to Glasnow. Then they went to whatever other starting pitcher that just wasn't good enough. And those guys came in and dominated you. Well, what if you had those options? They beat you 4-3. Well, they're getting bats off at David Robertson. They're facing David Robertson.
You brought in Walker Buehler and you didn't use him. You had the guy the Dodgers had the year before who closed out the World Series.
And where's Walker Buehler right now?
He's not on the Phillies anymore, but I'm saying they brought him in on purpose. They brought him in for a purpose and they didn't use him.
Yeah, but again, he got cut by the Red Sox because he couldn't get anybody out. So we're just assuming if they would have won,
and then he pitched pretty well for the Phillies.
I would have gone to Walker Buehler too. However, the point being, if I can go get upgrades and now my starting staff is so deep that I'm turning to those guys in the playoffs like the Dodgers did, maybe I win 3-2 instead. I lose 4-3.
But also, they had more bats than you, too. They still have more bats than you, too.
They do have more bats than you, but they had more bats than you. But you shut down their offense. But the problem was you shut down their offense until they got to see David Robertson, Matt Strahm, Orion Kerkering. Those are the guys that let you down.
So you need more bullpen pieces. Then you should spend your money there instead.
They did. They got Brad Keller. They went out and got traded. But my point is, you're making my points for me over and over again. You're doing a really good job. I bring in Framber Valdez. That means everybody gets pushed back. Like the Dodgers, Tyler Glasnow is not a bullpen piece. He's a starter. Sasaki was not a bullpen piece. He's a starter. And they moved those guys to the bullpen. And when push came to shove in the playoffs, their bullpen was deeper than yours because they had better options from their starting pitchers. You didn't have those options, so you had to go to David Robertson and Matt Strahm and Kerkering and guys who were not as good as their guys. And in the end, the Robertsons, the Kerkerings, the Strahms were the guys that let you down.
Yeah, it was your bullpen that let you down, but it was also your offense. The offense is what let you down, and you should appropriate that money. You can make a strong argument
you can make an argument that the Dodgers think that their offense let them down. Their offense didn't do anything against the Phillies,
and they still won. That's how good the Dodgers are.
You're making the point like the Dodgers outslugged you and just bulldozed you 10-2. The only game that was
they were close. The Phillies didn't score. That was the problem. The one game they scored. They scored in one game.
Yeah, but you're acting like the Dodgers scored 10 runs a game and their offense was great.
Not at
their
all.
Offense stunk too.
Not at all. I am saying the Phillies need more offense. They barely got outscored. The pitching was fine against the Dodgers. The pitching was fine.
You're not looking at it from the right angle though. You're looking at it from, well, they didn't score enough. We all know that. Where they didn't there was no guy on this free agent market that was going to change that for them outside of Bichette. They offered him $200 million. He said no. So I understand. I'm frustrated too, and I would not have signed JT for this deal. But really, where else were they going? So if you're looking to improve your team and the guy you offer $200 million says no, I can't just give up and not try to improve my team. So what can I do? Hey, the Dodgers had a real hard time scoring against us. Why don't we make it harder?
Here's my thing, right? I think the Phillies, if they think, Wheeler's coming back, they think Painter's going to be a good pitcher heading into this year. They think that it's fine. They think they have enough pitching. They need to improve on the margins. Where you need to desperately improve is on the offensive side. You have nobody to protect your star players that you apparently didn't think were that elite this year. That's what I'm saying. I think
no one's disagreeing with that, though. No one's disagreeing with that. Where they're disagreeing is, where am I getting that guy?
You are. No, not everybody. Not you. Not everybody. But
no, I'm not disagreeing with you at all. I agree. They need more offense. Then I would ask you the question. I asked you the question. Where are they getting this said player?
Get creative. That's my point. The Phillies have not been creative enough. They haven't dove into the trade market. They haven't thought about maybe we save it until the trade deadline. That's that's my point. That's why I'm like, if you already think you have a strength in pitching and you don't want to go into the tax, you should save that money to utilize it for a bat. Maybe if you have to even wait a little bit longer. That's all I'm saying.
I would prefer the bat. To me, the bat is not there. But if you told me I repivot it and add it more to my rotation, hell yeah. I will take that every day of the week, because in the end, the only reason why that series was close is because the Dodgers couldn't score on you. The problem was you ran out of pitching and they didn't. You went toe-to-toe with them pitching-wise. The problem was they had more than you did. So I have no problem with the Phillies saying, let's add more. We didn't have enough last year. Let's add more. If we have more this time around, maybe we shut them down, because their offense didn't do anything against the Phillies.
It did just enough. And the Phillies, again, the offense floundered. I prefer them use the money to creative, find a bat, even maybe save that money for the deadline. That's all. If they sign Framber, am I going to be totally upset? No. And I don't think you would be either. You would be okay with them bringing another arm. And, you can never have too much pitching. So I think all in all, for Nugget number one, I think we relatively agree on the most part.
Well, I agree, but I'm being reasonable. You're not. I'm
being very reasonable here.
I'm being reasonable. Saying, no, you're not. You're not giving me any avenue of fixing the problem that you're complaining about. I at least acknowledge that problem can't be fixed right now.
What's the problem?
They have no one to protect Harper, and that person doesn't exist.
Well, make it exist. Get creative. Think outside the box. Move some guys. Trade something. Dave Dombrowski's sitting there stale. We're just going to pivot, throw money at another pitcher who's 32 years old at the back end of his prime. That's my problem.
Yeah, let's just AI generate a player. All right, that'll work.
All right, let's move along.
I mean, what are we talking about here? Let's just create a guy. Get creative. There's
not
not a guy that exists. If you gave me a name, give me a name, and I'll agree with you.
I'm going to come back on Nuggets tomorrow, and I will develop a trade for you.
By the way, the Dodgers in the series against the Phillies, the Dodgers hit 199.
Yeah, and they still won.
The Philly, yeah, but you're missing the point. I don't know how you can't see this. They hit 199 against the Phillies. The Phillies actually hit higher batting average than the Dodgers did.
Yeah, pretty much offensively beat them and still lost somehow.
You're right. Why?
Because the
Phillies didn't have enough pitching.
The one game that they did outscore and won. They scored 8 runs, I believe, in that game. That's what put them over the edge and scoring more runs, etc. They had that one game. I
didn't even mention runs. I'm just talking about bat. The Dodgers' batting average was 199. Their on-base percentage was 280. The Phillies 212 with a 299 on-base percentage. So they outperformed them. The difference in the series was, with these games as close as they were, they had more depth to the bullpen than you did.
Would Framber Valdez change that for you?
I think so. Why? Because I think Framber Valdez will go deeper into games. Your problem was you had a game where you had Aaron Nola pitch 2 innings. 2. You had a game. I know we all love Ranger Suarez. I like Suarez. He only went 5 innings in the game that he pitched. So someone had to come in and pitch the 6th, the 7th, the 8th, and the 9th. That's a recipe for a loss.
I'm just saying, I don't know if throwing $100 million at a 32-year-old pitcher on the back end of his prime right now, I don't know. Does it excite me all that often? Does it give him depth? Would it help him? Sure. I prefer to go in a different direction. That's all.
Okay, well, I prefer when someone wants to go into a different direction that they actually have a direction other than just hoping. Well, because I just asked you for the direction. You can't give me one. You just said create an AI-generated guy.
No, I said they need to get more creative or save your money for the deadline and get a bat then.
I have no problem with that, but my point is this. I have no problem if they say I'll wait to the deadline. But if you told me that I ended up with Framber Valdez, I think that I have significantly improved my team.
I don't know if it's significant. I really don't. I just don't. I don't think it's that significant to change what they did if the bats are not going to show up. That's all.
I'll tell you what. The one thing I can combat if my bats don't show up is that they score even less than they already did.
And I don't think the offense is as good as it was last year. I think it's even worse.
I don't either.
That's where I'd spend the money.
Guess what? If my offense isn't as good, the one thing I can try to do is have them score less. That's not a bad idea.
All right. I disagree a little bit. All right. That's it. One nugget. We only had time for one nugget today. I had
no other nugget?
I had Mac.
You got some time. You got time.
We got time. I thought we were going up. I did want to bring up the Nick Foles tweet from last night. I don't know if you saw that.
I did see the Nick Foles tweet.
All right. So I don't know if everybody out there saw here. Yeah, Nick Foles is on an absolute heater on the Twitter X platform. Last night, he tweets out, "Note for Broncos and their fans. I know it has been an emotional 24 hours. I feel for Bo and the team. I'm sending prayers for a strong recovery. A positive note going into the game versus the Patriots is that they struggle against backup quarterbacks in championship-type games." A little shot there from Nick Foles. He's been on fire. He's a content guy now. Yeah. So, I loved it. I reposted it and everything. You can't retire this guy's number fast enough, Mike.
Yeah, no, that was good. That was a good shot. By the way, it's a good message to them, too. Hey, guys, don't get discouraged. Like, the backup quarterback can win the Super Bowl.
Yes, absolutely. They got Jared Stidham. I don't know if the NFL loves Jared Stidham being possible starting quarterback in the Super Bowl over Drake May. I think the Patriots will probably end up winning. But, hey, Nick Foles with an absolute banger of a tweet. That was awesome.
Yeah, Jared Stidham, by the way, career 1 win and 3 losses in his NFL career. He is 1-3. He was 1-1 with Denver in 2023. He was 0-2 for the Raiders back in 2022 and 2023 with Denver, by the way. He has appeared in 20 games. He has 8 touchdowns, 8 interceptions.
The Broncos, they're going to need the underdog masks, to say the least, coming into
By the way, TechSport is agreeing with me on this one. Sorry.
It's all right. Framber he's a good pitcher, but he's on the back end. I'd prefer them to try and get creative here. Maybe save the money for the deadline, get a bat then.
Listen,
that's
these
all.
Pitchers, by the way, you say he's on the back end. He's younger than Wheeler. He's younger than Nola. I mean,
Nola, he's fell off a cliff.
Yeah, but at 32 years old, he was great.
Yeah, but he's good. When's his birthday? When's Framber's birthday? Is he going to be 33 when? He just turned 32 in November, so he'll be 32 age this season.
Yeah, these pitchers are fine. I mean, heck,
his ERA went up a whole run pretty much last year from the year before. Just saying. I can't hear you at all. I totally lost you. All right, I'm going to get out of here. I think we're having some technical issues.
Did that? How did that happen? How about now? Can you hear me? Tyrell had to do it. I don't even have my hand on anything. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I don't agree with Nick at all on that one, by the way. You get Framber Valdez, listen, I want it a bat as much as the next guy. But if you got Cody Bellinger, I'd be cool with that. But I actually almost think you're better off getting another pitcher.
Listen, beggars can't be choosers. And if you're in a situation where you can't get another bat or you can't get a guy who's at least financially agreeable, and Valdez is like, yeah, I'll take that money, then you got to say yes because you got to improve the team. Period.
I go back to that series. You lost 1-run games in 3 of the games. One was a 2-run game, but that was the game with Kirkring.
Right.
But it's a 1-run game for mostly. And where the game got lost is your bullpen. Where the game got lost for you is you kept saying, well, you couldn't score. Yeah, you know why? Because their pitching was so good you couldn't hit them. What if the Phillies were facing a lesser bullpen? Maybe they do scratch out a run here. When you're facing Sasaki and Glass now, and they're going to their starting pitchers, Kershaw coming in, that's the difference.
Yeah, Valdez to me is more of a big picture move, and if the only move you can make is the big picture move, then you got to make it.
Cole from LBI says, I've been saying for 3 years now the Phillies need a starting pitcher, too, more than a bat. Yeah, I kind of agree with that.
I don't think they need pitching more than a bat, but I do think that I just look at it as like, you know how teams go into the NFL draft and say, get the best player available? That's how I feel about the Phillies right now. Like, you missed out on Bichette. You had to, you ruined everybody's weekend and signed J.C. Realmuto to too much money in too long of years. So why don't you give us some good vibes?
Yeah. All right. Would you go that route, Framber Valdez, or you think, no way, you got to go after a bat? I don't know that bat exists. If you told me it was Bellinger, would you rather Bellinger or Framber Valdez? If you can get one of the two big free agents left, which way would you go? Let me know. 609-403-0973. Coming up, we'll take a look at all of the confirmed and completed interviews by the Eagles, plus some of the rumored names. You guys can chime in on that one coming up next on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. All right, 332 Sports Best Live, 97.3 ESPN. Fun nuggets there. Now, that one, don't agree with him on not getting Framber Valdez if I can. I'm always going to add more pitching. If I have more arms, I have a shot to shut you down. The Phillies shut the Dodgers down, just not enough because they didn't have enough arms. The good arms they had shut the Dodgers down. It's when they had to go to the lesser arms, and the Dodgers didn't have a lesser arm. I mean, they just kept going to guys, and, like, the Phillies offense struggled. Why? Yeah, they came up small in some moments, but come on, you got to tip your cap to the Dodgers a little bit here. The reason why is they're going to studs. I mean, every time someone came in the game, you're looking at a guy who's a top-of-the-rotation starter. The Phillies didn't have that. You're going to throw Walker Buehler out at me? I agree. Buehler probably should have been given an opportunity.
Yeah, they never used him.
He's not on the same level as the guys we're talking about here. I mean, Tyler Glasnow would be a number one starter for almost every team in baseball. In the Dodgers, he's pitching out of the bullpen.
Listen, I hear your point. I don't disagree with it at all. My thing is that even if that wasn't the case, take the Dodgers out of the conversation. To me, it's about, hey, I have a chance to make my team better. Period.
Well, and I have a chance to make my team better, and I can't improve it in an area that I wanted to.
Correct.
I wanted to get another bat. I offered a guy $200 million. It didn't work. It didn't happen. So I can't just sit here and pout and sit on my hands. I tried to improve my offense. It did not happen. So what can I do? Maybe I can keep the Dodgers from scoring more runs, and we win 3-2. And we win, the one game was, you take a look at the first game. You lost 5-3. The second game, you lost 4-3. So maybe both those games are a little different if Dave Robertson doesn't have to come in the game. Maybe the game you score a couple more runs if I don't have to face Sasaki and Glass now pitching in those games. My God.
Oh, totally. Absolutely. By the way, to your point about the Phillies offering Bichette the money, I want to remind everybody what Bob Nightingale said on the show on Friday, because this is the point I was making over the weekend on Hanging with Hennig, which is we got to remember that the Phillies just didn't offer him some random contract. They literally were offering what he asked for.
The Phillies thought they had it done. The Bichette team had asked for 7 years for $200 million. Phillies agreed to it. They thought it was just, okay, dot some I's here, cross some T's, get it done. And then all of a sudden, boom, the Mets kind of steal him away. Now the Mets are going to play him at third base and figure out the rest of their infield.
So, yeah, I can't fault the Phillies as much as we want to be angry. I fault them for re-pivoting immediately back to JT Realmuto.
Right, the issue is not Bichette. The issue is Realmuto. But so as you're explaining the Nuggets in the last segment, it's the idea that you have money that was allocated to Bichette that you can still spend. So why not spend it on something that makes the team better?
Yeah, I listen. And by the way, according to the Philly Show podcast, which is Todd Zalecki, Jim Salisbury, and Ruben Amaro, the Phillies front office apparently was pretty livid about what happened. That the Mets just basically came in there at the last second, threw this, contract at him, and he made a decision that quickly and just pivoted out of there instead of kind of saying, hey, you know what? There's a new deal on the table. Let me rethink about this because they're giving me a deal over here that I actually asked for.
Yeah, if you are the Phillies, you should be upset because you basically, listen, you are an organization that has shown a history of spending money, as Bob Nightingale told you on Friday's show, and you were willing to spend money again, and then the guy said, you know what, I don't like your money, and didn't even give you a chance to match the offer.
Paul in Millville says, I agree with both you and Nuggets here. Okay, he says, I've been the biggest advocate for keeping Suarez, but since you did not, Valdez would be a great acquisition. To the point from where he says that the Phillies need to get creative to get on the bat. I must ask the question, if Bohm, Stott, Marsh, or Cassie had any value, don't you think they would have been traded already? The reality is they don't have value or have been severely overvalued by our organization and the Philly fans. Unfortunately, getting another bat is a problem that probably cannot get addressed until the trade deadline. Good discussion, guys. Paul, appreciate it. And you make a good point. Get creative. That's easy to say from where we're sitting. Now, if I say get creative, do you want to trade Aiden Miller? Do you want to trade Andrew Painter? Do you want to trade Justin Crawford? Most people would say, no, not interested in trading those guys. Well, they're the only 3 guys that are going to get you back someone that's going to change your lineup.
Correct. And I think the other problem is that people forget, to the point that Paul from Millville is making, that we got to stop acting like the guys that we have are so great.
Well, I will say this. I do disagree a little bit that I think most people are over Bohm and ready to get rid of him. I think most people are over Marsh and ready to get rid of him. Castellanos, I don't think has one fan left.
He probably has one.
The guys that are being mentioned there, I think most Phillies fans would have parted with.
Again, I go back to the point that the Phillies, not you and I, the Phillies organization has miscalculated some of this stuff. And it's on
they
them to rectify it.
miscalculated the JT thing big time.
Right.
And that has put them in a bind here.
And now it's on them to fix it. You made this bed, fix it.
Yeah. Bohm, Marsh, Stott all have value. They're 28-year-old making reasonable salaries. No, they don't have any value.
Not the value people
They have
think
very
they do.
minimal value.
Very minimal.
Dude, if they had any value, they would be gone. The Phillies aren't idiots to the fact that they tried to trade Bohm for 2 off seasons now. Nobody wants him.
Yeah, and what happened is we saw the reports a couple of years ago that when the Phillies talked to the Mariners and the Astros about Bohm, other teams balked because the Phillies said, well, we want you to take Castellanos as well. And they're like, no, we'll take Bohm, but we ain't taking your messy contract.
No, listen. Alec Bohm is a nice player if he's hitting 7th in your lineup.
Right.
Those guys are all over the place. Everybody can find a guy to hit 270 with 15 home runs and a 315 on-base percentage.
Right.
We're acting like the Phillies have something here that is in high demand. They don't. I like Bohm probably more than every Phillies fan out there, and I understand he has no value because he's a dime a dozen. Look at the guy that played third base for Toronto in the World Series. The Blue Jays third baseman. Probably nobody even knows who the hell he is. Right? They just found a random dude and stuck him at third base. And he was better than Bohm.
But it goes back to the point of it's about when it comes to Valdez. Can you improve the roster? Yes or no? Because what the Blue Jays do, the Blue Jays took a random guy at third base. Why? Because the rest of their team was good enough.
Well, they just had a bunch of guys that they just said, hey, listen, like the third baseman, Barger, who he's just like a journeyman guy, but he hit 243 with 21 homers, 74 ribbies. He has more production than Bohm does. So if the Blue Jays can go get Addison Barger and play him at third base, so can any other team. They don't need to give you anything for Bohm. You keep acting like, well, Bohm's a young guy. He got that. No, he doesn't. He has no value. Until you understand this, you're going to keep saying, why couldn't they get better? Because Bohm has no value. Marsh has even less value. You want to trade Marsh, you're going to end up getting another Marsh. Yeah, you could trade him, but you're basically robbing Peter to pay Paul.
Exactly.
You're not getting any better. Bryson Stott, I don't think Bryson Stott has any value. I mean, he's at the point now where people know what he is. He's a low average, no power, good glove. If you're taking him, you're taking a flyer. You're not giving up anything of value to get Bryson Stott. You're saying you don't want him? We'll take a shot on him. We'll take a flyer, but we're not giving you anything for that because we got a guy in our minor league system that can hit 243 with 12 home runs and play second base. They're all over the place.
And if the last 2 off seasons and trade deadlines have shown you anything, it's that there are teams that are willing to overpay for some of these big names out there.
Yeah.
And guess what? Your unwillingness to overpay puts you at the back of the line in the negotiations. Because when a team like the Padres are willing to sacrifice half their farm system for Mason Miller, of all people, guess what? You don't got a chance in that negotiation.
609-403-0973. Mike, thoughts of signing Walker Buehler and Luis Ariz from Joey D. and Ventnor? Saw Joey D. and Ventnor the other day. Stopped up at Ocean. He was asking for you. You were a no-show. Joey D. Josh was invited. He was too big. He big-timed us.
That's not what happened.
He said, I don't feel like going up there.
That's not what happened.
All right, let's see. Luis Ariz. I like Ariz a lot. Problem is, he has no place to play. Where are you playing him on this team? I mean, he's really I don't even know. He plays first. He plays second.
I mean, I guess if you dumped Stott, you could play him at second.
Not a great second baseman. He's not a great defensive player, period.
Oh, he's not a great defensive player, period.
Right. He's not a great – that's what I'm saying. He has no place to play. The other problem with him is he doesn't really solve – he solves one of your problems. He is a high average, pretty good on-base guy. His on-base percentage for a guy who doesn't strike out a whole – he doesn't strike out at all. He puts the ball in play. I wouldn't be against it. I just don't know where they would play him.
Hey, listen, if you told me you dumped Stott and you brought in Urias to replace him, I would be
take a swig of water or something over there. You're struggling over there. We got to get my man some water. He really wanted to get this thought out, but the thought was coming out like a microphone with a short.
Can you hear me now?
Walker Buehler, by the way, I liked Buehler last year. I thought it was a smart sign. They just never gave him a shot. That tells me they didn't care for him, and therefore I don't need him back.
If you replace Stott with Urias, I'm fine with it. I don't hate it.
No. I don't hate it. I mean, he is a high average, although the average continues to dip as he's getting older. Now, he's not old. He's not like, he's not even 30 years old yet. He's won the batting title 3 times, on base 363, 0 power, like none. So you're not getting a guy to hit for power, but can he be that guy that you just don't have? The guy that hits at the bottom of the lineup in the playoffs and is a pain in the ass.
You could use that guy.
You could use that guy because that's not Bryson Stott. Now, Bryson Stott, what he does well sometimes, he'll foul off a bunch of pitches, all that kind of stuff, which is why some people thought he would be good in the leadoff spot, and they were all wrong. He stunk in that spot. Now, the bottom of the order, he fouls stuff off, he works stuff. The problem is Arise does the same thing, but he gets a hit, and Stott doesn't.
Right.
So, but Stott he got minimal value. You want to say, hey, we're going to trade Stott to clear a spot for Arise?
Right.
What am I getting back for Stott? A partridge in a pear tree, maybe?
A single A player?
Probably. I mean, literally, you're getting a low-end prospect for Stott, Bohm, and or Marsh. Those guys have no value. They're everywhere. Stott is on every team in the league. Bohm is on every team in the league. Marsh is on every team in the league. I don't need to trade you for those guys. I already have them.
Right.
All right, Sports Pass Live, 97.3 ESPN. When we come back, I know I was going to get into some of the offensive coordinator candidates. We got more time for that a little bit later on in the show. Mosher at Football at 4. When we come back, the unsportsmanlike moment of the day, a star is born. But how bright is the star? That's next.
when it comes to talent, just sheer talent, he's eye to eye with everybody in the league. Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, Patrick Mahomes, Joe Burrow, whoever you want to put in that conversation. From a physical talent standpoint, Caleb Williams is looking all those dudes eye to eye. And I'm not sure that he doesn't have the best arm in the National Football League. If you're a Chicago Bears fan, you feel great knowing that this is your quarterback moving forward and knowing that it's only up from here. Because guess what? This was year one with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams. They're going to get better. This guy is going to be a problem.
That was Chris Candy this morning. It's our Unsportsmanlike Moment of the Day, brought to you by Whitehorse RV Center in Williamstown and Galloway. Your RV adventure starts here, Whitehorse RV. This guy's going to be a problem. Listen, I was not a big Caleb Williams guy coming out of the draft, and you saw some of the reasons why yesterday, and you saw some of the reasons why he's the number one pick. I agree with what Candy said. He's Michael Vick to me, but a little bit more polished in certain areas. He's not as good as a runner as Vick, but he can run. He is – what Vick did that was so unbelievable, he could just flick his wrist and throw the ball 70 yards down the field. That's what Caleb Williams could do. He did it in that last play. He's on his back foot going backwards on the 45-yard line and threw not a dart, but he got that ball there with no problem on that touchdown. He creates plays. He keeps plays going. That's why he was great at USC. He was able to just be so much more talented than everybody. The one frustrating area in that game yesterday, he had guys open, he misses them. He has plays that he's still it's like he's the shortstop that makes the unbelievable play in the hole and throws it off his back foot, and then there's a ground ball to him and it goes right between the wickets.
Caleb Williams, I was reading the book about the quarterbacks from Seth Wickersham, and it talks about in the book how there were so many NFL evaluators who loved Caleb Williams' upside, but they were frustrated with the inconsistencies to execute that upside. And you're right. You saw it in the game yesterday. I was telling people last night that Caleb Williams touchdown pass is one of the greatest throws I've ever seen in my life. To me, that throw
is impressive, and it reminded me of Michael Vick, where he just flicks his wrist. There's some times where he throws a laser into these guys, and it's like unbelievable throw. And there's a guy wide open in the flat, and he throws it like air mouths it, and you're like, now he says this guy's going to be a problem. I agree. I think Williams is starting to win me over a little bit more and more than I've watched him.
He has a good coach now. That helps.
It does, but I also think he's willing to be coached, which I think was a question coming in.
It was a huge question, but listen, I think that Caleb Williams, from everything I understand, he's willing to be coached if it's the right person. I know that sounds like a weird caveat, but if you know about his whole history, he's very particular about who he connects with.
I mean, by the way, some reporting out there right now, rumors out there that there's some speculation that the Raiders could make an offer for the number one overall pick to get Lamar Jackson. You're talking about, we were talking about this Saturday about Jalen Hurts. Would you trade him for the number one overall pick? And I think all of us were kind of like meh on that. But if you're the Raiders and you're the Ravens seemingly want to kind of restock the deck here.
Yeah, if you want to hit a reset button, that's one way to hit a major reset.
Big time. Caleb Williams or Jalen Hurts? Who you taking?
Jalen Hurts.
Ooh, I don't know, man. I think Williams is winning me over pretty good. What he did this season was definitely way above my expectations. Football at 4 coming up. And Football at 4, powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you by the Fanatic Sportsbook at Ocean Casino Resort in Atlantic City. We were over there on Saturday at the Ocean's 18 live, or grand opening, I should say. They had Shooter McGavin over there from the Billy Madison Happy Gilmore series. That was pretty funny. Saw the Philly Fanatic. They had the Mummers String Band. Place was unbelievable. It was packed over there. We had a good old time. But everybody was talking about what's next for the Birds. And that's why we have Jeff Bosher from the Inside the Birds podcast right now for today's Football at 4 on the Sports Bash live on 97.3 ESPN. Welcome, sir. How you doing?
I'm good, Mike. How are you doing?
Great, man. It's good to see you on this Monday, all ready to go for the offseason as we've kind of shifted now to offseason mode. And we got more vacancies, and we do have some vacancies being filled right now. The Bills fired Sean McDermott earlier. So how do you think that could cause some domino effects potentially for the Philadelphia situation here?
Yeah, certainly if the Eagles have their eye on Brian Daboll, which they do, that opening up in Buffalo where Daboll really not only succeeded with Josh Allen, but as we understand, had a good relationship. He challenged Josh Allen. Josh challenged back, and it was great. And obviously Josh Allen really became what he is today in large part because of Brian Daboll's influence in coaching. So if that's just another suitor for Daboll, who especially as a head coach, then that's a potential team that could take away from the Eagles. And then just in general, the fact that they have a head coach and now most likely an offensive coordinator, that is another team that you're competing with for if they were to hire two offensive people for those positions.
So let's look at some of the things out there. By the way, the Lions have filled their offensive coordinator position, and it's a name that we did not hear surrounding the Philadelphia Eagles. They went with, I don't want to say an unknown, but a guy who has been a coordinator in Arizona, Drew Petzing. I think a lot of people thought that the Lions offensive coordinator opening would have been a high-profile job. Are you surprised by that? And if you're the Eagles, are you kind of like, okay, that keeps a guy on the map that we thought we were interested in that could have gone there?
Yeah, I mean, a little bit surprised. I don't know. I guess I would have thought Dan Campbell would look for something more in the mold of what he had in Ben Johnson. And I'm not saying that Drew Petzing isn't a smart or a creative offensive coordinator, but I think it's a different kind of style. He's more of a, I think he coached under Kevin Stefanski, and he's more like that kind of a offensive coordinator with his concepts. But I thought that Petzing actually did a pretty decent job the first 2 years in Arizona. I mean, you're always a little bit handcuffed with your quarterback who's either hurt, coming back for an injury, or not so great to begin with. And then he obviously had Brissett last year, which is a difficulty. They had offensive line issues the whole way out. But the one thing that doesn't surprise me is Dan Campbell is a pretty convicted guy who kind of knows what he wants. And so it didn't surprise me that he didn't just, interview all the same guys everybody else is interviewing and try to outrace everybody for one of them.
Let's look at we're talking with Jeff Mosher, Football at 4 from the Inside the Birds podcast. Over the weekend, we did get a flurry of names and news. So let's look at some of the names and kind of get your initial reaction on the fit and how it might go over here.
Let's Mike, real quick. I don't want to interrupt you, but I think there's a really important conversation. I wrote about this today for Philly Voice. There's an important conversation to be had about this position before you can even assign a name or a fit, right? And the important conversation is, who are the Eagles now offensively? Who are they, and what do they want to be? Because we could go through a bunch of names. They're casting a wide net, as they clearly do whenever they need any kind of coach. And I always think that's a good thing. You want intel. You want, you could be coaching against these guys. You want to just get as much information. They go to the college ranks, right? So that's a good thing. But while that's great for head coach, because usually you're hitting the reset button when you're looking for a head coach, so you're welcome to any types of ideas or philosophies. This job, I'm not sure that I see the Eagles as should be welcoming to any kind of philosophies, because Howie Roseman said they're still in win now mode, and they have built a team over the last 5 years that has been very successful doing it a certain way. And so some of these coordinators, like maybe guys from the McVay or Shanahan tree, are guys who do things radically different than the Eagles do.
Yeah.
And then some would probably acclimate better to what the Eagles have done. But the Eagles have to decide, is that what they want? Do they want to keep the core philosophies that they've had the last few years and just find someone to improve it? Like, I guess you could say they did that with Kellen Moore, except if we're being very honest, their passing game was regressing even in 2024. You can't do the whole, but they won the Super Bowl and scored all these points in the championship game and the Super Bowl because they had a ridiculous plus 12 turnover ratio in the postseason. That's not going to happen every time. Or there's the downside to doing it the other way, which is taking a sledgehammer to it, trying to bring in a guy who runs concepts that you've never really run before and hoping that this team is going to adapt to it.
Yeah, it's funny because I was thinking about this morning, and it's like, look, I feel like the Eagles fans are so fixated on the big name. They want a guy they've heard of or a guy that they've known or a guy who has credentials. And then I'm thinking to myself, who knew Liam Cohn? And he gets a head coaching job, and next thing you know, Jacksonville's got 13 wins. Who knew Dave Canales? And I know they were under 500, but he took them to the playoffs. Who knew Mike McDaniel, who's out there in Seattle now? I know he's a defensive guy, but there was a lot of coaches that were kind of unknown, and you wonder if the league is kind of flipping here and you're seeing the change of these younger, lesser-known names kind of getting their chances, and the guys who have been the recycled guys kind of like, you know what? We're ready to move on from the older recycled group. It's give the new guy the chance. And I don't know how well that's going to go over here.
Well, I don't even know beforehand how well that is from an optics standpoint. I don't know that the Eagles are in position to do that anymore because, as we talked about last week, they can't take a chance on a Canales or a McDaniel. They can't take a chance on a guy who has not called plays before. All right. Because they just did that. And their offensive minded head coach is unable to throw that guy or nurture that guy, give him a life preserver. They absolutely need a play caller, a proven play caller. Now, to your point, there are some out there who come from sexier offenses that will excite people. And there are some who do not and will not excite people. And that from an optics standpoint, it will probably be a debate for a lot of the fans.
Right. So, if you ended up going with, let's go down some of these names real fast. Josh Grizzard. The people might say, wait, what? Josh Grizzard, former Buccaneers offensive coordinator. Jim Bob Cooter. He's a name that people may be familiar with just because it's such a, outrageous name that people hear Jim Bob Cooter. They know if his name was Jim Cooter, they might not remember us, but the fact that he's being involved, Mike Kafka, Zach Robinson, Bobby Slowick, Charlie Weiss Jr. I think you hear those names and you're like, wait, what?
Exactly.
Yeah, exactly. You have those names there. Any of those names kind of stand out as you like the fit or can see because of another reason, maybe a relationship or something else?
I mean, a couple of them. See, that's where I go back to the fit. I don't know if they fit. I don't know if Charlie Weiss Jr., who has been Lane Kiffin's offensive coordinator both at Ole Miss and about to be LSU, fits. Like yes, he can run a lot of RPOs, he can do a lot of the college stuff that the Eagles do, but he's never been an NFL play caller. And we just talked about, optics, or just forget optics because the Eagles don't care about that. But like when you have a guy who's never called plays in the NFL before, come to this team, try to draw up a defense for an offense. Draw up an offense for a personnel that has already won Super Bowls and is like, they have to get his respect. Is it going to be there from the start? It's a stretch. You got to really squint to see it. But I like the fact that the Eagles want to get information and intel on a guy who's a really bright mind, who's known for doing really innovating things and has had success at the college level. Obviously, you're at LSU now. You're basically one step from the NFL with all the talent that you're coaching. So that's an interesting name. Like you go through these guys and you see some. Zach Robinson is a guy who coached under, he was with Atlanta the last 2 years, but he mainly came from, I want to say the Shanahan tree. Like that's his.
McVay.
I'm sorry,
he was with the
McVay.
Rams.
Yeah, that's what I meant. McVay. Right.
He was the pass game coordinator for the Rams when they won the Super Bowl.
Correct. So he's been a play caller.
Now, that being said, he has been kind of noted to be a little bit of a disappointment as the play caller in Atlanta.
Sure. And plus, he ran almost a predominantly pistol offense with the Falcons. Is he going to do that here? I mean, are the pass concepts, which are going to be West Coast based and heavily motion, pre-snap motion, is that going to work with the Eagles, who do not use pre-snap motion, do not use misdirection, do not have a passing game that intends to exploit every single blade of grass on the field and is based on timing and rhythm? Like, Mike McDaniel is awesome. Mike McDaniel as an Eagles coordinator would excite a lot of people, but could this offense right now, as it is currently constructed with Jeff Shelton running the offensive run game, could that work? Could that work? I
want to say I did listen to McDaniel in an interview from a couple of years ago when he was in Washington, and he was talking about how adaptable he had to be based on what he had there. So he seems like a guy who can adapt to his talent, as opposed to, this is my offense and this is what I run.
Of course, but if you're getting Mike McDaniel and you're asking him to adapt to the things that you already do, are you getting Mike McDaniel? I have no doubt he can adapt because he's great.
Let me ask you this question.
Don't you want him running what he does best, is what I would say.
Yes. Let me ask you this question. They had Waddle and Tyreek Hill.
Yep.
You've got Brown and Smith. I mean, they're different type of receivers, but he found ways to get them the ball. My question would be, do you like Tua as the guy distributing the ball better, or do you like Jalen Hurts as the guy distributing the ball better?
Well, yeah, and I think that's where you saw a lot of the change. If I'm not mistaken, I believe the Dolphins were probably more shotgun with Tua than most Shanahan guys or most McVay guys are. They're under center.
Yes.
It's cool that we've seen Jalen Hurts be able to operate from under center, but there's no question that Tua Tagovailoa, despite his flaws, of which he has many, he is a very good timing and anticipation West Coast style quarterback thrower. And they built that offense around that short game, throwing it and occasionally getting it deep to Tyreek Hill, but mostly yards after catch. He uses a fullback, right? He uses a fullback like Alec Ingold, similarly to the way, say, the 49ers will use Kyle Juszczyk, right? So, like, what do the Eagles have that could match that? That would be like a core change he would probably have to make, or the Eagles would probably have to try to find one of those guys. It is interesting they signed Carson Steele as a fullback from the Chiefs, and they got Ben Van Sumeren. You know, I'm not saying Mike McDaniel couldn't make it work, but you're talking about trying to match a coordinator with a quarterback in a scheme. Look at what the Seattle Seahawks did. All right. They moved on from Geno Smith. They hired Clint Kubiak straight from the Shanahan tree to be their offensive coordinator. So then they move on from Geno Smith and they bring in who? Sam Darnold, who not only the year before was with Kevin O'Connell, a similar mindset and offensive mind, but Darnold before that was in San Francisco under Shanahan when Clint Kubiak was the pass game coordinator. So the first thing they did was they got this coordinator. They have an identity of what they want to be. They got the right quarterback to fit that identity. Could that be the case with Mike McDaniel and Jalen Hurts? I don't think it's as certain. I think that's we have to see if this thing works out.
Yeah, listen, I mean, that's the big question there is with Mike McDaniel, how much do the Eagles look at their offense and say, we want to scrap the whole thing and just basically bang, hit a button and start over?
That's my question, which I think is hard to do when you've got so many veterans who are locked into long-term deals, coaches who are here, like guys like Jeff Stoutland, right? And then a quarterback who's already been to 2 Super Bowls and won one. I think for Nick Sirianni, it is very difficult to look in the mirror and say, I need to take a sledgehammer to everything that we've done offensively over the last 5 years when we've won 70% of our regular season games, 60% of our playoff games. We've been to 2 Super Bowls and we won a Super Bowl. How do you look in the mirror and say, I'm going to blow all of that up and radically redefine it, knowing that if it doesn't work, I'm the first guy that probably loses my job.
All right, the other guys that I want to throw your way, Jeff Mosher, and just kind of, take your temperature to see, how they fit and the possibility here. Brian Daboll, we just mentioned Mike McDaniel. Those two guys there, we just talked about McDaniel. Daboll, interesting. I was doing more research on because I like Daboll. However, he had really 2 high-quality years as a coordinator in Buffalo that got him hired in New York. Before that, not a lot of success as a coordinator in multiple stops. And as the head coach in New York, after his 1 year that he got him to the playoffs, not a lot of success. Now, that could be talent-based, but he's really living off of 2 really good years in Buffalo. Can you see him coming here and doing a lot what he did with Josh Allen?
Yes.
With, say, Jalen Hurts?
He's good. He's good. Now, he clearly does not have the temperament to be a head coach, which doesn't mean he won't get a head coaching job again. But if you watched, you realize he would have to make some major changes in temperament, which some guys just can't do if he's going to be a head coach again. But as an offensive coordinator, he challenged Josh Allen. He coached him hard. That's something we talked about on today's Inside the Birds podcast. He challenged him, and you saw how well that worked out with Josh Allen. He is a good schemer. He can come in here and probably be fine with Stoutland designing the run game. He's going to make sure that the pass game with the quarterback athletic movements are going to be a big part of what he does. I think it's a perfect fit. I just think that things have to fall in place for the Eagles for this to happen, and that would be A, Daboll doesn't get a head coaching job, or B, there's not another offensive coordinator job that's going to be as attractive, if not more, to him.
Yeah, we'll see. He's getting head coaching interviews as well. So the group that we have here, Daboll, let's say he gets a head coaching job and McDaniel gets a head coaching job. Josh Grizzard, Jim Bob Cooter, Mike Kafka, Zach Robinson, Bobby Slowick, Charlie Weiss. Is that a group that you take somebody from, or do you have to extend your net?
Oh, well, I mean, they're definitely going to extend their net anyway.
Yep.
But, to me, that's a preliminary group. The guy that you sort of keep your eye on is Cooter because he has a relationship with Nick Sirianni. He was here in Philadelphia in 2021. Then he went and became the Colts offensive coordinator. He has called plays before. He did not call plays in Indianapolis over the last, I think it was 2 years, right? Because Shane Steichen is calling plays, but he has called plays at other spots. And if you're looking for someone, if Nick Sirianni is looking for someone who can come in here and be a proven play caller, has that experience, has had some success, but will also align with the core philosophies of what they want to do, then that is a guy that makes sense.
All right, Jeff Bosher, I want to spin this to something that I opened up today's show with and get your take, okay?
Yep. By the way, I just need to say, I know, because you know how people interpret things. This is not me endorsing anything. I'm not saying I think Nick Sirianni should be in his comfort zone. I'm just telling you my sense of the situation, talking to people and seeing how Nick has been reacting over the years. So go ahead.
All right, a couple things. One, I left this weekend highly disappointed in the Eagles' defense. That was my takeaway from the weekend.
You should.
The Seahawks shoved the Niners in a locker and took their lunch money. The fact that the Eagles, listen, their offense, we knew all year stunk. So you know that that's going to be a challenge. They gave you the lead in the fourth quarter, and the Eagles' defense gave up 2 touchdowns on long drives in the fourth quarter at home. With that offense, after watching them do what they couldn't do anything against Seattle twice.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I'm disappointed now. But the Eagles' offensive ineptitude basically gave the defense a pass, fair or unfair. And
yes.
The question off that is, do I have to now reevaluate what I need to do this offense to that defense?
Do I have to do you have to? Well, I mean, it doesn't matter because you are reevaluating the offense, right? You're bringing in a new play caller.
No, I'm talking about, do I have to reevaluate what you might go, hey, the defense is pretty good. Do I have to do anything? You might have to look at that defense now and say, I might have to get my defense isn't as good as I thought it was.
I think that there are certain elements of the defense that will have to be looked at a little more closely, like the pass rush, because it really
definitely
wasn't there.
We talked all offseason, and people didn't want to, Myles Garrett, blah, blah, blah. Myles Garrett led the league in sacks. He broke the record. Can you imagine that guy here? Or Trey Hendrickson. Jalix Hunt did not show up in the stat sheet in the game the other day. Nolan Smith was a disappointment this season. Let's be honest. Jalen Carter didn't have a great season. He ended up with a sack in the playoff game, but he has to be better. Jordan Davis, you have a big decision to make here. Then you got the Dean thing. Mm-hmm. You're going to let Dean walk because you essentially said that Dean was so much better than Campbell that Campbell had no role.
Yeah.
So are you now going to let Dean walk out the door? They got a lot more questions, I think, on defense than we all anticipated.
I think those questions, though, are personnel related and can be added to and fixed. Whereas on offense, you're really wondering, like, am I schematically not good anymore? Do I have to, like I said, do I have to gut this thing? Like, am I just putting new kitchen cabinet faces on, or am I taking a sledgehammer to the kitchen and modernizing myself? Whereas on defense, they have to look at it and say, okay, can we bring in like a better number 3 pass rusher than like an Uche or Brandon, like someone who's younger, and can we add to that? I think that Carter will be fine because he's going to probably undergo some procedures this offseason on his shoulders. I'm not reporting that, but I just think that he needs to be healthy. Davis actually had a good game against the Niners, but his pass rush is coming along.
100%. But the question is, are you willing to invest what you're going to have to invest in Davis to make him stay here? Or do you
I think I think you can't judge the defense off of one performance because they were pretty darn good for most of the year, whereas the offense has just been a steady crawl to the bottom for a couple of years.
Can Reed Blankenship be your best safety?
Can he? Yes, he can be. He was their best safety when they won a Super Bowl, right? I mean, CJ was a playmaker, but Reed was the responsibilities.
They lacked playmaking at that position. Now Reed's a free agent, and do you say you have to have him back, or do you say, you know what, we got to change our whole thought process?
Irreplaceable. He's not irreplaceable.
There
at
you
all.
go. Right.
Yeah, and Makuba will be back. I think they'll be okay there. That's fine tuning. The offense is remodeling.
Well, I only ask this way because, as we've talked a lot, but we got a lot of people watching right now that want to know this.
Mm-hmm.
Brown signed. Mailata signed. Dickerson signed. Juergens signed. Steen signed. Lane, what's going to happen with him? Devontae signed. Barkley signed. Hurts signed. I don't know where you're going to make a lot of changes on that offensive side other than the coordinator. So if you're going to make changes, it's probably going to have to be on the other side.
Yeah. Coordinator changes obviously are expected to be big. Offensive line, you're going to have to address depth there. You just mentioned Lane Johnson. You're going to have to draft offensive linemen high, which the Eagles tend to do anyway, even if they don't automatically start. But there is talent there. So that's why I feel like the new play caller combined with what we expect to be better health or at least better depth up front should make that offense click again. They don't got to score 30 points a game. If they got to like 24, I think that they would be good.
Well, and that's what I'm saying. So you're probably not going to make a lot of changes to your offense other than just the coordinator.
Then we'll see what happens with A.J. Brown. That would be a pretty well, and I would say this. I think I heard you saying this last week, and I agree. Like, they really, really need a true slot receiver.
Yes, I brought that up.
They kind of got away with Goddard being a flex slot, but they need both a flex tight end and a slot receiver. They missed on Anaya Smith a couple of years ago, and that hurt because that was a vintage guy who could be a slot receiver. I don't know that Darius Cooper is a slot receiver, and he might be your next guy if AJ Brown's out the door, but they really do need somebody to be if they're especially going to bring in an offensive coordinator who's known for working the middle of the field, then they're going to need better weaponry to use over the middle of the field.
All right. You mentioned A.J. Brown. We'll talk more about that Wednesday and some of the other stuff that's going on around this team. There's never drama around this team that we can talk about in the offseason, right?
No, never.
When drama happens, Football at 4 right here every day, 4 o'clock, and on the Inside the Birds podcast. Those guys will dig a little deeper. I'm sure you're getting your offseason plans all put together for the Eagles draft, free agency, and all that stuff. Football at 4, the Inside the Birds podcast right here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Thanks.
Hey, Mike, real quick. How long do you think we will go before ever seeing a play like the Bears game-tying touchdown Sunday night again?
I'm telling you, he reminds me of Michael Vick. Just flicks that thing. I mean, off the back foot, getting chased around, playground style, and goes 45 yards in the air like that. It's unbelievable.
I may be 6 feet under before a play like that ever happens again. I'll see you, bud.
All right, Mosher's back on Wednesday. Adam's here tomorrow. If you're a fan of football, we do football every day at 4 o'clock on the Sports Bash. We call it Football at 4, and it's brought to you by Ocean Casino Resort, the Fanatic Sportsbook. It's the place to be this football season. Ocean Casino, and they got the AFC and NFC championship games on this weekend, as do we right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, coming up, we've talked a lot about a lot of different things. They are the candidates. We'll get into that on the other side. Who are some of the candidates that we just kind of talked about? We kind of hit on all of those for you guys out there. But one MLB insider isn't ruling out the Phillies for this top free agent name. That's next. This is the Sports Bash.
the teams that we know that are still interested in arms, the Orioles, the Mets are both possible landing spots for Fromber. And I would also say this. We have not heard a ton about the team that Ranger Suarez left as being a possible landing spot for Framber Valdez. But when you look at the Phillies depth chart for pitching, there's a spot there where you could certainly see a veteran sliding in. So I would say let's not close off the possibility of Fromber to the Phillies quite yet either.
All right, that was John Morosi who talked about Framber Valdez and the possibility maybe the Phillies turn their attention to pitching. We talked about it earlier in the show. If the Phillies said, listen, we tried to get a bat, can't do it. They've tried to trade Bohm for 2 years, by the way, no takers. I don't know that they've been trying to trade Stott. You're not getting anything back for Stott. Marsh, no value. People act like they've tried to trade Alec Bohm for 2 years now. Alec Bohm has no value. None. If he had value, he'd be gone. Nobody wants him. There's no interest in Alec Bohm. Alec Bohm, Bryson Stott, these guys are a dime a dozen. They're everywhere. Go look at every team in the league. Go look at every roster in this league. They all have a Bryson Stott. They all have an Alec Bohm. You just never heard of them. They're guys that you just never hear of that go out there and basically do what these guys do. The problem is here we're so close to these guys. Let me give you Bryson Stott's numbers last year. Bryson Stott hit .257 with a .328 on base, a .391 slug, a .719 OPS, 13 home runs. Those numbers they're barely playable. I mean, they're barely playable. You could go pull up the worst team in the league and go just say, hey, find me Bryson Stott, and he's on that team. I mean, Alec Bohm, and I like Bohm more than pretty much everybody listening. Alec Bohm numbers are just a dime a dozen. He's a third baseman who hits, last year he had .287, which is actually very good. His on base is .331, which is not good. Slugging, .409, not good. His OPS, .741, stinks. Alec Bohm hit 11 home runs last year. 11. I mean, I could go to the South Shore League and find a guy that will hit 11 home runs at third base. Alec Bohm has no value at all. When I say no value, it doesn't mean that someone would say, hey, I'll give you insert low-level guy here, but you're not getting anything to improve the team. You're not getting anything that will improve the roster. Like Alec Bohm, people were like acting like, hey, they could trade Alec Bohm and they might get, a couple of years ago, like Mason Miller. The A's laughed you off the phone. I mean, literally, you pick a team. Josh, you can pick the team. You want to pick like the White Sox? You can pick the worst team, like Pittsburgh. You want me to go to Pittsburgh?
Well, listen, I'm glad you brought the White Sox. That's the example I was going to use. You know, how many times have we heard the last 2 years? Luis Robert Jr., that's the guy you need, the right-handed bat, right? Well, if the Phillies called them and says, hey, you want Alec Bohm for Luis Robert Jr., probably you side-eye. I'd be like, what?
And Luis Robert Jr., by the way, it doesn't hit 200.
Exactly.
And they don't want to make that do. But, like, I'm talking about you go and just go up and down the Pirate lineup. All right? You want Tommy Pham, who is 37 years old. He's a journeyman, right?
I remember people wanted him 2 years ago.
By the way, 245, 330, 370, 700 OPS, 10 homers, 52 RBIs. I mean, he's not much different than what you got out of Alec Bohm.
Yeah, that's your prototypical get excited for nothing.
Right, so you're acting like, oh, Alec Bohm, you know, his numbers are not much off from Tommy Pham, who, by the way, is 37 years old. So my point is, why would I trade anything of value to get Bohm when I can get similar production from a guy like Tommy Pham?
Listen, it goes back to the comment you made earlier, which is when you're so close to something, you develop an affinity for it. And I think the Phillies organization, they have developed an affinity, a closeness, a comfort with the guys that they have, and they overvalue them.
Well, I do feel like that's one thing. A lot of people watch the Phillies. They don't watch a lot of the other stuff. So they're probably like, and then you hear, like, find a guy that plays for another team that I don't watch all that much. And then you're like, why does Alec Boehm not have any value? Because I have a guy that does pretty much the same thing here, that I don't need to give you anything because I have a guy. Well, you go to a guy like Alec Burleson, who is a guy probably nobody knows. He's kind of like a super utility player. Right? He is a super utility player. He plays the outfield. He plays some first. 290, 343, 459, 801 OPS, 18 homers, 60. Those numbers across the board are better than Alec Boehm. Not even close. I mean, that guy, no, he doesn't play third base, but
he's the same kind of hitter in the lineup.
Exactly. These teams have guys up and down their lineup that pretty much give you very similar output to what these players that the Phillies would have to trade to improve their team. So that's why the discussion was about Valdez. I'm looking at a situation where I can't trade Boehm because I'm not getting anything that's going to – at this point, I might as well just keep Boehm. What am I getting for him?
Nothing.
But here's the problem. We go right back to the same problem. Alec Boehm hitting in the 4-hole, I'm not interested in. You tell me Alec Boehm's hitting 6 or 7, I now have more interest. Same with Marsh, same with Stott. I don't want those guys hitting anywhere in the middle of the lineup. Last year, the Phillies had Marsh hitting in the 5-hole. So if you don't get another bat to this lineup, where's Marsh hitting this year? Where's Boehm hitting this year? In the same spots that they're not good enough. But the problem is you can't move them because they're not getting anything back in return to improve your team. So how do I improve my team? Well, John Morosi just brought up an interesting name, Framber Valdez. What if I was a better team in terms of pitching? Can I go toe-to-toe with the Dodgers by out-pitching them this time? People are like, well, the pitching wasn't your problem last year. Yeah, it was. They had better pitching than you did. Now, your offense stunk. It's like the Eagles. Their offense stunk, but their defense let them down. Phillies' offense stunk, but their pitching let them down. The Dodgers' pitching didn't let them down. You went into their bullpen, and they shut you down. You went into the Phillies' bullpen, not the same. And they brought in Sasaki, game over. They brought in Glasnow, have a nice night. You brought in David Robertson, open up the floodgates. You brought in Matt Strahm, home run. Your problem was, your offense let you down, but they had more pitching than you did. When push came to shove in one-run games, the difference was the home run Strahm gives up. Right? So if I get more pitching, maybe they don't hit that home run. Maybe I win that game 3-2. But I know Alec Boehm and I know Bryson Stott and I know Brandon Marsh aren't giving me much offensively in those situations.
So then what do you think is the reason why the Phillies have not been more proactive, shall we call it?
I think they have tried. I know they have tried to trade Boehm. We know that on very good authority. We're going to talk to Scott Lauber in 20 minutes. They have tried to trade Alec Boehm. People are like, why don't they've tried. Nobody is interested in Alec Boehm. They just don't have any interest in him because they already have Alec Boehm on their team. They already have these guys. So the Phillies.
I get that, but maybe I need to rephrase the question. What is the reason why the Phillies, like they try to get Bo Bichette, right? It didn't work out, but why weren't they maybe more proactive in the Alec Bregman sweepstakes? Why weren't they more proactive in these other opportunities to get guys who could replace these, average players you're talking about?
I'll answer that question. They tried. They to get Bregman, they had to move Boehm. They couldn't. They had no interest. There was no interest in Boehm. So to get a spot for Bregman, they had to try to move Boehm. Now, the interesting part here would have been if they brought Bichette in, then what would they have done? Because theoretically, they had an offer on the table for Bichette on Friday that he was going to take.
Right.
Bohm was still here.
Correct.
So was Stott. So they would have done what I suggested. They just would have traded him for pennies on the dollar. They just would have said, listen, at this point, we've been trying to trade Bohm for 2 off seasons. We got nothing. At this point, we're going to bring in Bichette. Now we're just going to give Bohm away because we got to get that contract out of here, and we have no use for him anymore.
Right.
So that tells you everything you need to know right there. They were going to bring Bichette in without Bohm being traded because they were willing to give Bohm away because they know the value. None. So when they signed Bichette, they would have had to get rid of Bohm. They're not going to get anything for him because the other team's going to say, well, you just signed Bichette. What are we going to give you for him?
Right.
We'll take him from you, but we're not going to give you anything. And that's how you know he had no value.
Yeah, I think what's frustrating, at least, I'm trying to speak from a fan's perspective, less from like a guy on the radio perspective. As a fan, I keep going back to, I feel like this organization has fallen into this, we like our guys, we don't want to trade them, and this whole issue of like.
I think the Phillies would have traded Bohm in a heartbeat. They don't like Bohm. They don't want Bohm here anymore. They've been trying to get rid of him for 2 years.
I get that.
I think they like Stott. And Stott has, I think, a little bit of, because he is a very good defensive player, yada, yada, yada. He doesn't have a bad attitude. Bohm does.
Right.
All that stuff. And he's good friends with Harper. That plays. Stott is a very good defensive player, an average offensive player in every single category pretty much across the board. Low average, low power, low OPS, low on-base percentage, low slugging percentage. He fouls pitches off. Okay, great. He plays good defense. All right, I can go find Ozzie Smith to play second base. All right. There's no offensive reason for me to keep him here.
Right. So, but to me, it goes back to what we've had the last two trade deadlines, where all the national reporters have put it out there. And even the local guys like Scott Larber's going to join us coming up in about 15 minutes. They've all put it out there that the Phillies, every time they call teams, the team is like, what about Andrew Painter? They're like, we're not trading him. What about Miller? No. What about Crawford? No. Then we're not having a conversation. So part of the problem with the Phillies is they held on to these 3 guys and sacrificed the production of the team that they currently have for the hope of a future that we have no idea what that is.
No doubt. I mean, and listen, these guys are young. Bohm, Stott, Marsh, they're still like under 30 years old. Problem is, they are now established into what they are in this league.
Correct. There's no more ceiling.
Right. There is no more, hey, you were a first-round pick. People aren't saying, well, he was a first-round pick. No, you have enough of a resume now that we know that you're not hitting the number 3 overall pick in the draft ceiling.
Right.
You are what you are, Alec Bohm, and that has turned into a guy that is just an average major league hitter.
Who just happened to get lucky one year to be an all-star.
It's a very weak position. We'll say that. Stott, by the way, somebody's watching on the YouTube channel and brought it up. Good point. Stott's a platoon player. Bohm hit his ceiling a couple of years ago. Marsh is a platoon player. That's what these guys are. They're platoon players. They're dime a dozens. They're platoon players. Phillies don't play them every day. You play guys every day that aren't a dime a dozen. A dime a dozen is a guy that's a platoon player. Hey, you can't hit one side, you'll play every other day. That's what a dime a dozen is. You can put 2 players all over the league. Don't try to tell me these guys are valuable. Get the hell out of here. Come on. You watch with your own 2 eyes. A platoon player, they're a dime a dozen. That's what a platoon player is. And that's why this team is stuck in this situation, because they're young players, as the guy said, the daycare guys. Those guys all kind of let them down. All right, 4:46. We'll continue on the other side. National championship game tonight. It's lost its luster. We'll explain coming up next on the Sports Bash. All right, 451 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app. You can watch the show live on the 97.3 ESPN YouTube channel. If you are watching on YouTube, subscribe, comment, be a part of the show. National championship game tonight. It is the Hoosiers taking on the Hurricanes in a probably most improbable national championship. Third ever meeting between Miami and Indiana. The series is actually split 1-1. The Hoosiers won in 1964.
Who would have known?
The Hurricanes won in 1966. Hurricanes have 5 national championships. Obviously, the Hoosiers have none. Hoosiers' all-time record, 533, 715, and 44. The 715 losses, second most in college football history. Their .430 win percentage is the second worst of any Power 5 conference team. Do you know who is the worst?
Of any Power 5? Vanderbilt?
Close. Same color scheme.
Wake Forest?
That is correct. With a win, the Hoosiers would join Yale in 1894 as the only team in major college football history to finish 16-0. Miami was 40-1 to enter the season to win the national championship. That was a long shot there. But this game tonight It should be an awesome, fun game, but it has lost its luster.
Yeah, we talked about this earlier in the show. The season's way too long. You should have had this championship weeks ago. You drug it out. I know, TV, money, blah, blah, blah. And realistically, it's almost like an afterthought tonight. It's like, oh, there's a football game on tonight? Oh, that's cool.
Absolutely. And part of it is, are you footballed out from the NFL this weekend?
I mean, I'm not, but I know I might not be the average person. You know, I'm a football diehard. So for me, it's like, give me football.
Yeah, but I look at a lot of people and I wonder if they're just like, oh, there's another game on tonight? Like,
it's so out of sight, out of mind.
yeah, and the fact that the games were so good this weekend, you want to react to those games, and instead you got this game on tonight. Look, college football playoffs should be March Madness style. Regular season, last week of August to Thanksgiving weekend. Field of 64 selection show the weekend of Thanksgiving. First Friday and Saturday in December, round 1. Second Friday and Saturday, round 2. Third Friday and Saturday, Sweet 16. Fourth Friday and Saturday of December, the Elite 8. The Final 4, New Year's Eve and New Year's Day, and bang, the first Monday in January championship game. Make it March Madness. Get it over with, but make it fun, make it unique, make it different. Instead, you got a game that should have a lot more buzz around it that really doesn't. It's too long. College football, you mess up everything, and you messed up a great game. Thanks. All right, 5 o'clock live, Sports Bash, 97.3 ESPN, the 97.3 ESPN free mobile app, live video, streaming on the X platform, YouTube, at Mike Gill Show, at 973 ESPN. You can watch the show there. Scott Lauber from the Inquirer is in the house, and I know he's getting excited. We're getting closer to pitchers and catchers, less than a month to go before the Phillies report in Clearwater. February 11th, pitchers and catchers, full squad workouts on February 16th. First Grapefruit League game, I believe, is February 21st. But are the Phillies a finished product, or is there something else that still could happen? Let's bring in Scott Lauber from the Inquirer right now as he joins us here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. Scott, what's going on, man? How you been?
Hey, Mike. How are you?
Good as always. Good to catch up with you. And it was an interesting weekend that was kind of dominated by the Phillies and what happened there. Bo Bichette, $200 million offer reportedly on the table. And at the last minute, he ends up going to the Mets. And then the Phillies pivot back to JT Realmuto. How do you kind of see how that whole thing ended up working out for them? Do you think they kind of panicked a little bit with the Realmuto stuff, or was this kind of the plan all along? What do you make of what happened with the Bichette-Realmuto conundrum?
Well, it was the plan all along, was to re-sign Kyle Schwarber, re-sign JT Realmuto. Those were their probably priority 1 and 2 of the offseason. And then beyond that, they wanted to add a hitter, preferably in the outfield, which they did with Adolis Garcia, and they wanted to kind of remake their bullpen, which they did with Brad Keller and with the trade of Matt Strahm for Jonathan Bolin, kind of give their bullpen a different look. So if we didn't know, if like the last 10 days didn't happen, and the reason why the last 10 days did happen, their flirtation with Bo Bichette, was Realmuto was taking a while, he didn't like the offers he'd received, notably from the Phillies, and they thought that they'd have him signed by now. They didn't. So they were looking at other ways they could get better. They had contact with Bo Bichette. There was mutual interest there. Then they had that call a week ago today, last Monday, that Zoom call, which went well from everyone that I talked to. And then, I think when they got to the middle of the week, Wednesday night in particular, I think a lot of the competition for Bo Bichette, it looked like there'd be some competition maybe from the Red Sox after they lost Alex Bregman. Well, when the Red Sox pivoted to Ranger Suarez and decided to go double down on pitching and go that route, I think that there was quite a bit of optimism within the hallways of Citizens Bank Park that maybe Bo Bichette was going to come to them. And they made a really good offer. I don't have the number pinned down, but there were some reports that it was $200 million over 7 years, which kind of jives with the type of deal that I had heard the Phillies were angling to do with him. He ends up deciding to take a shorter-term, higher annual value deal with the Mets of all teams, who had lost out on Kyle Tucker the night before or earlier that day on Friday. So a lot of things fall, and Friday was not a great day in the Phillies universe. I think it was a disappointing day for a lot of reasons. And then they pivot back to Realmuto, and they give him the third year, which I think is what he wanted all along. And so they end up where they were. So if the last 2 weeks hadn't happened, or if we didn't know as much as we knew about their flirtation with Bo Bichette, I think you'd look at the offseason and go, well, they kind of they sort of did what they set out to do. Whether you're satisfied with that or not is a whole other story. But they sort of did that. But we know what we know about how far they got down the road with Bichette. And so I think there's certainly a lot of, I'm sure you're hearing it as much as I am through my email inbox and my social media accounts. Yes. I think there's a good deal of disappointment within the fan base because they thought that they could get, the fans thought that the Phillies could get a hitter who would really improve their lineup.
All right, well, there's a lot here then. So they go down the road of trying to get Bichette. They made the offer. Did they make an offer to Realmuto that he was not interested in previous to that?
They made an offer to JT in December, is my understanding. So then from there, they talked through a number of different other scenarios. So I don't know whether it was sort of like 2 years at X dollars and then 2 years with an option for a third. I think they went through a lot of different variations and scenarios, and they got past New Year's Day and he still wasn't signed, which means that he was not satisfied with the offers he was receiving from them or from anybody else, really. And so I think it was shortly after New Year's where the Phillies said, well, look, like, we're not just going to sit around and wait. Like, we need to figure out, if we're not going to budge on JT, we got to figure out what we can do to make ourselves better without JT, like in a no JT scenario. And that's where I think they started to talk to Bichette, and they realized, wow, I mean, there's reciprocal interest as well, or at least they were made to believe that Bichette was interested in coming here and playing third base, a position he's never played before. And I think as they got further and further down the road on that, and again, like I said, after they saw the Red Sox go the pitching route instead of replacing Bregman with a third baseman, right, like Bichette, everyone thought, oh, Bregman went to the Cubs, the Red Sox will now pivot to Bo Bichette. Well, Wednesday night, the Red Sox pivoted, but to Ranger Suarez. And so I think the Phillies thought, wow, we're in a really good position here for Bichette. One of our main competitors, if not our chief competitor, is now no longer in the Bichette market. And, what I think set this in motion over those, whatever it was, 12 hours late Thursday into Friday was, look, the Mets had made an offer to Kyle Tucker and really wanted him, to the point where Steve Cohen, their owner, is on Twitter tweeting, has anyone seen smoke yet? In reference to Kyle Tucker making a decision about where he's going to go. He decides to go to the Dodgers on a shorter-term, higher AAV deal. And now the Mets are like, what are we going to do? They've already got a fan base that's really disappointed over not bringing back Pete Alonso, trading Brandon Nimmo, losing out on Edwin Diaz, to the Dodgers, no less. So they've got this fan base that's, craving something. And I think the deal that they gave Bichette or the pivot that they made to Bichette kind of reflects that a little bit. So they pivot to Bichette, and the Phillies say, all right, let's do what we were going to do all along. And
well, at that point, Scott, don't the Phillies kind of have a little bit like, hey, you had a chance to go out and find something else. There was no market for you.
JT, you mean?
Yes.
Yeah, I suppose. Although I think you lose a little bit of that leverage once your other plan. I don't know. You want to call Bichette Plan B because he was not part of their original thoughts. I think a month ago at the winter meetings they were not talking about Bo Bichette. So over the last couple of weeks, that sort of became Plan B. Well, once Plan B is off the table, you got to address, they were going to have to address the catcher position anyway, right? So now you've got to address the catcher position, and you kind of have to do it with the best catcher available, who happens to be your former catcher. Right. So, they go and they do what they needed to do ultimately, I guess, to bring back JT.
Right. That's where, for 3 years, $45 million, you're thinking to yourself, wow, really? Like, you had to pivot back for 3 years. Ooh, that's a tough pill to swallow if I'm the Phillies. I don't know. I mean, I get it. Like, they were stuck in a tough position here. But once you got the fan base to the point where you're getting Bo Bichette, and then you're like, well, sorry, we're going to go back to JT. I feel bad for JT almost.
Sure, and Alec Boehm for that matter, because, look, an offshoot of the Bo Bichette signing would have been wheeling around and trading Alec Boehm. If you're JT or if you're Alec Boehm, I really hope you have a good start to the season, because if you struggle early on and Bo Bichette over in New York has a good start, people are going to be saying, look at what we could have had. So, yeah, I mean, it's kind of part of the territory now. I think people will be looking at Bichette. They'll be in your face anyway because he's on the Mets. But, and again, like the Mets, Bichette wasn't the Mets' first plan either. Like, they wanted Kyle Tucker and didn't get him. And so they had to, Bo Bichette has the 2 opt-outs in the deal. The AAV is already like $42 million or something. And then there are the 2 opt-outs after year 1 and 2. They could ultimately be paying him like $47 million for 1 year. And it's really upwards of 95 or closer to 100 because they're paying that luxury tax, which the Phillies would have, are paying as well. They're paying that 100% tax for being over the 110% tax for being over the highest threshold. So it's really like $100 million for 1 year of Bo Bichette.
Right.
And if you want to do that, good luck to you. But, I think that that's probably not. The Phillies thought that with Bichette, that their advantage was that they were willing to give him years and dollars. So if it was in fact 7 years and $200 million, do the math there. It's like $28 million a year. It's close to $30 million a year for 7 years. They felt like that was a really, really strong offer, and it was. But Bichette, like Kyle Tucker, preferred the shorter term with the opt-out so that they could go back on the market quickly and make even more.
All right, Scott Lauber from the Inquirer. You mentioned Bohm, and I agree. You bring in Bichette, then you essentially, and I talked about this before, you almost, if you go down this route, you let JT walk, and then you just basically trade Bohm for pennies on the dollar because it seems that they have tried to move him with not a lot of success. Were they just willing to get Bichette and just basically give Bohm away in that case?
I don't know. I can tell you that they did quite a bit of work on that because they weren't just going to sign Bichette and then start from scratch on like an Alec Bohm trade. So they certainly had talked to teams about their interest in Alec Bohm. Now, what we heard last winter was that the Phillies were holding out for a really big return. It would just seem to figure that return would be smaller this year, if for no other reason than he's a year removed now from free agency. Well, a year removed from being a free agent rather than 2 last winter. So if you're trading for Alec Bohm now, you're trading for him for 1 season, not 2. So, of course, the Phillies' ask would have to come down. But also knowing that they had an upgrade in place at third base in Bo Bichette, I would imagine that they would probably not be holding out for a massive return on Alec Bohm.
Yeah,
so,
Bohm essentially very little value, if any.
Well, and there was salary relief there, too. Like, you trade him, that's $10 million that would have been applied to Bo Bichette. So there's that. But, yeah, I mean, ultimately you're trading him to free up the spot and free up the money, some of the money, and do that.
Any of those other guys, Stott, Marsh, any value, or are they just basically same situation? You're just like, hey, I mean, just looking for ways to kind of to shake up your lineup at all. Do those guys have marginal value, or would anybody kind of say, yeah, I take those guys. I have some interest.
Oh, I think teams would take them. It's just a matter of, are you getting better? Is it a lateral? Like, is it just sort of, you're not just, I know people want to shake it up and change the mix and all of those things. And they have, that's an absolutely valid opinion and reason to want them to do things. But they're also not just going to make a trade to make a trade. They want to make a trade to get better. And that was the one thing you heard a lot last year when you talked to Phillies people about potentially trading Bohm was, well, we're not just going to trade him. I mean, we're not just going to trade him for the sake of trading him. We want to trade him to get better. And we don't think that any of the deals we've been offered for Alec Bohm make us better. Now, I mean, we're not privy to what a lot of those deals were. I know people, officials on other teams thought that the Phillies maybe overvalued Bohm in trade conversations. Maybe that was true. It's all in the eye of the beholder. But yeah, I mean, I think that that's sort of where they're at with Stott and Marsh, is that like Stott and Marsh are supporting pieces to the core of this team that's been together now for a while. And yeah, maybe you'd look at the two of them and think that, boy, at this point, you'd want them to be maybe more core pieces than supporting pieces, but they are important pieces to what you're doing. And I don't think you just trade them to trade them. I think you trade them to get better, and it doesn't seem like they've been presented with that.
Yeah,
with that sort of
I
deal.
agree with that. I don't know. Maybe I'm a little too harsh. These guys, they're Bohm, Stott and Marsh are platoon players. I maybe dime a dozen is a little too strong, but I mean, people have these guys in their system. They don't need to give you anything to get a guy to hit 250 with a 310 on base and no power. I mean, I know Stott's a good defensive player, but most teams have guys like that somewhere in their system. So I don't know, like, people are acting like, well, trade Stott. What am I getting for Bryson Stott? Another Bryson Stott or less, pretty much, right? I mean, same with Marsh. Bohm is the one guy who's not a platoon player, but of the three, probably has the least amount of value.
Well, just by virtue of having, just this year before he gets to free agency, the other two have more years of control. I think your characterization is fair when it comes to Marsh. Look, I think at this point, the Phillies are, I don't want to say finished with, but are more willing to accept the idea that Marsh is a platoon outfielder, but he's also the left-handed hitting side of that platoon, which means he plays 70 to 75% of the time. And if he hits righties, which he did last year, that's a productive player. And then you can find a right-handed hitting outfielder to split time with him and play the other 20% or 25% of the time. So, yeah, I agree with that characterization. And I know that they got to a point last year at times where it was that way at second base with Stott platooning with Sosa. But again, I think that there's a belief in the organization that Stott can play every day. I don't think they've given that up yet. And even if he can't, he's still the strong side of a platoon. He's the left-handed hitting side of a platoon at second base, which means he plays a lot. So, I think that they see really, really strong value in those two guys. And one thing that I think we'll be talking about a lot in spring training as the sort of Bichette chatter calms down and, sort of like we start to get into the inside baseballness of all of this is that, Marsh was a 300 hitter from the end of April on. And if that's the player that they're getting, that's a productive player, even if he only plays 75% of the time. Stott was like a 300 hitter from June on. If that's the hitter that they're getting, he's an everyday player. So with his defense at second base. So, I think that that's a talking point heading into the season. Who are those two guys? Are they the guys who were really good players the second half of last season? Or are they guys who've struggled, who we've seen struggle and kind of lose their way and maybe even lose playing time because of it? So I think that's a big part of all of this.
All right, Scott Lauber for the Inquirer. A lot of Philly stuff here. I know this time of the year, when you miss on this guy and miss on that guy, everybody's looking at what's left. Bellinger, Framber Valdez, they're the bigger names. They make any sense? Or is that just, hey, it's January, people want something, they're going to throw names out there?
Yeah, I think Bo Bichette, I don't know what you want to label it, special dispensation or something of that nature. That was I think they recognized that was a special circumstance. They thought that it was a player that would fit for them. They thought that it was a player who had great interest in coming here. And they thought that, even at this late stage of the offseason, they could move around other pieces to make that work. I don't think they feel that way. Look, with re-signing Real Muto, that takes the payroll to about $317 million. It was $314 in 2025. So it's going to be higher than it was last year. Obviously, for the right player, they could go north of that. They would have gone north of that for Bo Bichette, who would have taken their payroll to roughly, three into the 330s, and then they would have subtracted Bohm. But anyway, it would have been higher than it is now. So it shows you that for the right circumstance, I think they'll make special exceptions. But I think at this stage of the offseason, with their roster looking as it does, I could see maybe a move for a platoon partner for Brandon Marsh. I could see potentially a depth starting pitcher or another depth piece in the bullpen. But I really don't see anything big. And you hit on the two names, the big names that are still out there. It looks like Cody Bellinger. If I had to make a bet, I would bet on him winding up back with the Yankees. Framber Valdez, I'm not sure, but certainly he's going to come in at a price point. If the Phillies were going to do a pitcher like that, they would have done Ranger Suarez. So I think that, they might not be done, but I think what you're looking at are just on the margins kind of moves right before spring training.
All right, Scott Lauber. Yeah, the Bellinger thing's interesting because he's a left-handed bat who actually hits considerably better against lefties than he does against righties. But then could you really – what's that?
And he plays multiple positions and really well.
Yes. You could play him in center. You could move Crawford to left. And then I guess the question would be, would the Phillies be willing to platoon Garcia in right field? Would he be happy with that? Who knows what that conversation was like, much like the Kapler thing last year.
Yeah, I guess you could argue, look, if you were going to pivot to Bo Bichette and trade Alec Bohm, you could pivot to Cody Bellinger and trade Brandon Marsh. But, again, left-handed hitter. I know you just said the splits, were really good last year against lefties. But, he'd be a third lefty in the middle of the lineup with Schwarber, with Harper. Bichette would have fit a whole lot better being a right-handed hitter. So I don't think that was on their radar screen because that wasn't the post-Bichette pivot. Like the post-Bichette pivot was to go back to Real Muto, address the catcher position, and move forward from there. So I wouldn't think Bellinger is much of an option for them at this point. And I think he's going to end up back with the Yankees.
Yeah.
I think that they'll look. I mean, the thing you'll hear from the Phillies a lot between now and opening day, and we're going to hear it a lot in spring training. We're going to hear it this week when we hear from Dave Dombrowski is, hey, they're going to say, hey, we won 96 games last year, and we won 95 the year before that, and we lost a series to the Dodgers where the 3 losses were by a total of 4 runs, and we were right there, and we're as good as anyone. And they're not wrong to say all of that. They're not.
Well, listen, we had the conversation earlier today, Scott, about Valdez, and people are like, well, why would you go get more pitching? And I'm thinking, well, there's got to be a part of you that says you couldn't score against them. And say, yeah, because your offense wasn't very good. Okay, I can't improve my offense, but what if they can score less against me because my pitching is now that much better? But you get Wheeler, Valdez, I could see a scenario where my pitching's just better than it was a year ago, and now I win the game 3-2 instead of losing 4-3.
Sure, and you did subtract Ranger Suarez, and you're going to add Andrew Painter, but like you said, there's uncertainty over Zach Wheeler and what he, when and how he comes back from a pretty serious surgery. So yes, all of that is true, and this is what the Red Sox did, right? They pivoted to pitching and more run prevention and all of that. It is hard to argue that they could have pitched the Dodgers any tougher than they did, given what Ohtani didn't do in that series, and Mookie Betts didn't really hurt them very much until that last game, that last swing that he took in Game 4. The
one area the difference is you went to Robertson, Strahm, Kerkering, sure, and they're going to Glasnow, Sasaki. I mean, there's a little bit. And your guy, listen, you pitched a game where Suarez, awesome, everybody loves him. He went 5 innings. I mean, that you got to get more than 5, right?
In relief of Nola, who went 2.
Right.
Was that Game 3 pitching plan. But, I mean, Game 4, they go to Luzardo out of the bullpen, and he pitched really well, for the most part, especially in the 10th inning of that game. So, you were short in the bullpen, and they think they've addressed that with Brad Keller and changing up the bullpen mix a little bit. And they have Duran for a full season, which they didn't have until August last year.
Yep.
Didn't have Joan Duran. So, they think their bullpen will be stronger. I'll wait and see. But, I think that you could certainly make the argument that, that they need more starting pitching. I don't think that they're going to go get Framber Valdez. But, I think that they could use another fifth or sixth guy, to add to their depth. But, here's the other part of all of this, and this cannot be ignored and it cannot be swept under the rug. They have it's Adolis Garcia standing in right field next year next to a bag of $20 million that's going to get paid to Nick Castellanos to be somewhere else. And that's $20 million on the books. That's dead money. And then they have another $18 million for Taijuan Walker, who is a fifth starter and, is going to be a guy who might be important to them this year, but not for $18 million.
Right.
So it's $38 million of partially dead money and money that could be allocated in a different way. And that $38 million could have helped you get Bo Bichette. So, ultimately, there's some issues that they've, we talk about how high their payroll is, and ownership has gone to great lengths to give, them the resources to go out and field a roster that should contend for the World Series. But there's also, they've put themselves in a difficult position with a few of the contracts that they've signed.
Last one for you, Scott. Castellanos, are we at the point where they're going to try to trade him for pennies on the dollar? They'll just release him. I know we're getting close to report day. Somebody's got to need a right-handed bat with a veteran guy, right? Or are people not lining up for that?
You would think, right? I think you and I have talked about it throughout the offseason. It's sort of, it's a real indictment of Nick Castellanos, because essentially he is a car on the side of the road that's running, and you're just begging someone to get in and drive off with it because you're paying the money. You're not asking for a lot in return. And it's like, here, have this guy, have this player. It's free. And you're telling me no one wants to get in that car and drive away? Like, it must be a real jalopy there on the side of the road if that's the case. So, I don't know. I mean, I think that what they're hoping is that this week, next week, and the week after, really these 25 days or so between now and the start of spring training, that there is a team out there that when the game of musical chairs stopped, they were left standing without a hitter that they were trying to get. And they say, all right, fine, we'll drive away with Nick Castellanos. And, if it works out, great. If it doesn't, it's free. So I think the Phillies are hoping that happens over the next 3 weeks. And if it doesn't, if that car is still idling on the side of the road, they'll just release him at that point.
All right, there you go. Looks like Castellanos could be released in a couple of weeks here. If they can't find somebody, I wouldn't anticipate moving any of your other guys, your Marshes, your Bohms, your Stotts. And it appears that this movie will look a lot like the last couple ones with one guy in the bullpen, Adolis Garcia, who, by the way, had a worse year offensively than Castellanos did, but he is an upgrade in the outfield. Other than that, spring training is going to be like deja vu there, Scott.
For the last 4 years.
Yes, indeed. All right, if something happens, Scott Lauber over at the Philadelphia Inquirer was kind enough to join us here on the Sports Bash. Thanks, man.
Sure, anytime, Mike.
All right, there's Scott and the Phillies report, February 11th. So you heard a lot from him on the Sports Bash regarding a lot of the stories that we've been talking about throughout the course of the day. We'll recap all the stuff that Scott had to say coming up next on the Sports Bash. 5:33. So text board open from now to the end of the show, 609-403-0973. I'd just like you to understand the dynamic of the text board sometimes. I got one guy telling me how valuable Bohm, Stott, and Marsh are. I have another guy who says, strong value for these guys? What are this guy smoking? So it just kind of gives you the dynamic of where Phillies fans are. One guy thinks Bohm, Stott, and Marsh can get you something in return. I say they have very little to no value. One guy's telling me how valuable they are. The other guy's saying, what's wrong with you? You know, now just goes to show how people listen in weird ways.
Well, it also goes to show you that, you know, when you're dealing with something that should probably have a little more objectivity, that there are some people who have zero objectivity.
By the way, Lauber didn't give his opinion that he thought they had strong value. He said the team. By the way, I don't even think he basically said Bohm had no value.
Well, to me,
he said that Marsh and Stott had a little bit more value than Bohm did.
Right.
But
he also brought up the fact that, you know, with the Phillies, what they've been asking for these guys has
because they overvalue them.
Exactly. That's what I've been trying to say throughout the show today. I'm glad Lauber said it, because the Phillies are saying, no, this guy has, you know, X value. And other teams are saying, no, his value is Z. And the Phillies are like, no, it's X. And the other teams are like, thank you, hang up.
Yeah, I think what Lauber was saying was the Phillies are overvaluing their guys because the market is not there for those guys. No, he mentioned Bohm. Basically, they tried. There was no market for Bohm.
Right.
He called Castellanos a jalopy on the side of the road.
Yeah, and that's what my point has been. I mean, not just today, but we've been talking about this for months now, I feel like, about how this team has been overvaluing their guys for a very long time. And it's not just me saying it, you saying it, Scott Lauber saying it, but it's also Dave Dombrowski's own words. He has come out in press conferences and said, well, we really value these guys. Well, that's part of the problem. You're valuing something that does not really have the value.
I will say, though, he's not going to come out and say we find no value in the players that are on our team.
No, he's not going to say that, but there's a way to say things that don't come off as so obtuse. And that's the problem. You have an organization that, whether they really are or not, the fan base feels like I got two buddies of mine who are texting me throughout the show who keep screaming to me. They're like, dump Bohm. We don't care what you get for him. And I'm like, I hear you guys, but the Phillies don't view it that way.
Yeah, I mean, listen, the Phillies look at the guys that they have, and they feel like 96 wins, we're right there, and we lost to the team that won the World Series. We lost 2 one-run games and a game where we lost 5-3 in extra innings.
Right.
So I know it's easy for the Phillies fans to just start overreacting that we lost again. And they're saying, yeah, we lost to the team that won the World Series, and quite frankly, we were in every single game. How do we close that gap? And everybody says, how do you close that gap? Take a 96-win team and change it. And now, listen, I was all for shaking up this roster. You can't bring back the same lineup because you keep losing in the same capacity.
Exactly.
But I also can be objective and take a step back and say, look, you won 96 games. You are right there with these teams. And that's why we're talking about earlier with Framber Valdez. If you told me I'm getting more pitching, I don't know, maybe I beat the Dodgers 3-2 instead of losing 4-3. Maybe that's what I have to change a little bit here. And then I get to the World Series, and then my offense is a little bit better suited to face Toronto than it is to face L.A.
Well, the other thing is that you just mentioned L.A. L.A. used to be that team. L.A. used to be the team that could never get over the hump. They couldn't win a championship. They kept losing again and again and again. And what did L.A. have to do? They didn't say, we're going to blow up
more money.
Well, not just that, but they didn't just say blow up the whole team and start from scratch. They said, you know what? We have some young players who we personally liked, but they're not good enough. So you know who we need? We need Mookie Betts. We need Shohei Ohtani. We got to say, listen, Gavin Lux and you other guys, you did good for us for a while, but you're not good enough.
Yeah, listen, the one thing that I think the Phillies tried to do this offseason was, hey, let's upgrade our defense in right field. How many runs did we give away because of what was going on in right field last year? Maybe that helps us out more. We're going to get similar offense from him with maybe a little bit more ceiling. Hey, maybe Adolis Garcia comes into this ballpark and cranks 25 to 30 home runs. I don't know that that's going to happen, but you almost know that's definitively not happening with Nick Castellanos. He's not coming out and hitting 25 to 30 home runs anymore.
No, Castellanos has regressed, and Castellanos doesn't want to admit that.
Well, I think his market value being described as a jalopy on the side of the road, I love that. He's like, it's like the car is running, and it's like the Seinfeld episode, The Stinky Car. Are you familiar with that one?
No.
So Jerry has this new Cadillac. I think it's a Cadillac.
Okay.
And he brings it to the valet, and the valet had really bad BO.
Ooh.
So the BO was so bad that it stuck in the car.
Oh, no.
So everybody who'd get in the car would smell like the BO from the valet guy.
And he's trying throughout the episode to get rid of the BO?
So everybody keeps driving the car like Kramer goes on a date, and he's like, oh, I'm out with this girl. I don't know what happened. I'm wearing your jacket. And he's like, wait a second. The jacket was in the car. And it's like, you smelled like the beast. And then, Elaine went in the car, and the smell was in her hair. So she'd go out on the date, and the guy would smell her hair, and then he didn't want anything to do with her. They got the car running on the side of the road, but Nick Castellanos is the one sitting in it, and it smells so bad that nobody wants to take it.
Yeah, exactly.
So
that's good. I like that.
That's the stinky car episode.
I like it.
And
Nick Castellanos is the guy with the BO.
He's the one that made the car smelly.
Exactly.
Yes, he's the guy that made the car smelly. And I think what the Phillies at this point need to try to do, I'm not against the Valdez thing. The more I think about it, I like the road of getting more pitching. Because I don't think they have enough pitching right now.
No,
their offense right now is what it is.
By the way, who does have enough pitching except for the Dodgers? Nobody.
Sure. You're absolutely right. But their offense is what it is. Through the regular season, they'll get to 90, 95 wins with the same exact offense.
Because they always do.
The problem will be, and I thought they were going to do this last year, and they didn't. I thought Dave Dombrowski would say, hey, listen, I'll give you to the trade deadline. Now, they did go out and get Bader.
They got Bader and they got Duran.
What if they just brought Bader back?
See, that's the thing. Bader's still out there. So what is Here's maybe a dumb question. I'll preface it by saying that. Why were you willing to capitulate the JT Realmuto's demands, but not Bader's demands?
Well, I'll tell you why. It's a fair question. It's not a dumb question at all. Here's the question. Here's the reasoning. Realmuto plays a position that they deemed they could not find a replacement of equal value. The Bader thing has always been, did Bader give you the best 50 games that he's ever played while he was here? Because the Bader you got has not been the Bader that has been the one that everybody else got.
Right, he's been an inconsistent player his entire career.
Right, whereas Realmuto's been pretty steady, slightly declining each and every year, but still pretty steady even in the decline, where he's, 250.
Right.
His numbers are pretty much, but he's a great behind-the-plate guy and a good locker room guy. All that stuff. Handles the pitching staff. Bader, you had an on-site replacement. But if you brought Bader back, you play him in center, you move Crawford to left. Now you have Marsh as the platoon guy.
With Garcia.
The problem with the platoon guy with Garcia is, did they tell Garcia, you're going to be our everyday right fielder,
right,
much like they did to Kepler last year?
Right. That's the question. And by the way, if you go back to, and I know not everybody saw or heard the entire press conference with Adolis Garcia a couple months ago, but the Phillies did make it sound like in that press conference, so did Garcia, that they expect him to be their everyday right fielder.
Well, of course they do. I mean, at this point right now, we have the poll question. Let's go back to that. 609-403-0973 on the text board. Poll question is up. Would you rather see right field this season, Adolis Garcia or Nick Castellanos? And it's not even close. 70-30 Garcia over Castellanos. So people are done with Nick Castellanos. But offensively, Garcia is situationally a downgrade. 227 versus 250. 271 on base versus 294. 394 slug versus 400. Castellanos wins all three categories. Home runs, Garcia 19, Castellanos 17. RBI, Garcia 75 and Castellanos 72. They both struck out 135 times, Castellanos 133. Castellanos had 40 extra at bats. So Garcia had a little more production in terms of power and RBI, but they're the same player. But Garcia is a significantly better offensive player.
He's significantly better offensive player, number one. Sorry, defensive player, number one. Number two, he had more RBI and more home runs and 40 less at bats than Castellanos. So it feels like on the surface last year, he was a more opportunistic player. And if you think Garcia has an upside, which I think most people do think that, we saw that they were able to make Brandon Marsh a serviceable hitter.
Marsh was fine against righties in the second half of the year.
So can they do the same for Garcia and unlock what he was a couple of years ago?
Sports Bass Live, 97.3 ESPN. I think that would be the way to go. We'll have Marsh and Garcia split right field. That would be maximizing both of those guys. Although, I will say Garcia, split's not great against lefties.
Right, that's the problem. He's better against right-handed. But, but again, is that because he was in Texas? I don't know.
All right, I want to remind you about the Metro Atlantic Basketball Classic, January 29th through the 31st at Stockton University in Galloway. These are the top high school basketball players in the country. Guys like VJ Edgecombe, Cade Cunningham, Karl Anthony Towns, Cooper Flagg. They all played in this tournament, and this year's Classic has 6 teams in the top 10 nationally, 10 top 20 teams in this area, and over 20 ESPN top 100 players. Tickets available, full schedule available at MetroClassicBasketball.com. Get them now at MetroClassicBasketball.com. It's the Sports Bass Live on 97.3 ESPN. 5:51, getting ready to get out of here. Not before tonight. You got the national championship game right here on 97.3 ESPN. It does look like a head coaching job has been filled. Miami?
Yes, Jeff Hafley. By the way, the report first came out over the weekend. I forget who at ESPN had the report. It wasn't Schefter, and the people kind of like whistled and waved it. But I love this one headline from NFL Network. It says, Jeff Hafley blows away Dolphins brass in initial interview. Came back in. Miami gets their man.
He was coaching Boston College
A couple years ago,
which is maybe right now one of the worst programs in all of college football.
Yeah, not even Bill O'Brien can save them right now.
No. College football national championship game tonight. We did talk about earlier, like this game should have been probably 2 weeks ago, but I don't know. I'll be watching the Sixers tonight, and then I'll probably flip to this afterwards. And I think by that point, Indiana, I think, will be taking Miami to the woodshed.
I think that Indiana's had an amazing run, but I think Miami with the home field advantage is going to matter tonight.
I heard it's cold down there.
Yeah, but the fans have turned out like psychotically.
Yeah, Indiana's fan base has traveled pretty well, though.
They have, but the Miami, they said this morning on 97.3 ESPN radio, if you're listening on Sportsmanlike, they had a report from down there that said that the Miami fans treated us like the Dolphins are in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, in a big time. Oh, I don't disagree with that. I think that Indiana team is just, I don't know. I wasn't a big Miami guy this year.
Miami looks like the team that had, is built for the postseason, not the regular season.
All right, we'll see. That's tonight. Sixers-Pacers tonight. I have not seen any updates. I was going to say, I have not seen updates on George and Embiid. You said no Paul George?
Yeah, I saw Pompey tweet out earlier, no Paul
Anything
George.
on Embiid?
I haven't seen him at Embiid. I'll check again.
Embiid had a monster game the other night. It's a shame they lost that game. Maxey, who, by the way, named to the All-Star team this year, Maxey was not good on Friday.
Embiid remains questionable.
Yeah.
Game time decision.
Okay.
The usual, basically.
Friday night, Embiid was tremendous. Maxey was not great in the game the other night. He was 9 for 23, 2 for 8. Embiid the other night was +9, and everybody else on the floor pretty much minused out. But Embiid, 33 points in 33 minutes. But not a great night for Edgecombe either. You had that little tiff, little exchange on the sideline between Maxey and Edgecombe.
Yep.
So that game's tonight on 97.3 ESPN. If you're looking for the college football national championship game, that game will be on Rock 104.1. You can check that game out over there, and then we'll pick that game up in progress on 97.3 ESPN. So the national championship, Miami and Indiana on Rock 104.1. On 97.3 ESPN, it'll be the Sixers taking on the Pacers. And then in progress, we will pick up the football game. So if you want to go Sixers into football, 97.3 ESPN. If you're more interested in the football, that'll be on Rock 104.1. If you're more interested in the basketball, that will be on 97.3 ESPN. Fun show today, everybody. We'll do it again tomorrow here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN.